if I can get my mic, there we go.
What'd you see? Mike's on?
Is it not, is it not going on?
Eleanor, what's the deadline?
There it comes.
For March for filing? You want to run for office, when's the deadline?
So the deadline ends December 8th. Well, it's, hold on. I'm trying to switch heads here, or switch.
It's on the website.
Yeah, it is. It is on the website.
I was
So
just trying to settle a quick
November,
question here. I didn't want-
I just finished one election today. So November 14th through December 9th.
So December 9th, December 9th.
Unless the incumbent is not running and then,
It's 3 days later.
2 days, right?
yep.
It's Wednesday, that Wednesday, the not the.
All right.
Hey, Mike, just a Halloween time?
We'll call the meeting to order at 7:01 PM. We have a roll call, Madam Clerk, please.
Committee member, did we react?
Present.
Committee member Solomon?
Present.
Committee member Mariko?
Present.
Committee member Narayan?
Present.
Committee member Pinsler?
Here.
Committee member Wenderly?
Here.
Committee chair Stressenberg.
Here. Everyone rise for the salute to the flag, please. I'll lead. Hand up your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the
flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. I'd like to make the approval of the order of agenda, but I would like to move item J1 to after I1, if that's acceptable.
Isn't that where it goes anyway? Or you just want to move it up into the
Yeah,
I category?
before I2 and I3.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, I vote aye as well. Passes unanimously. Blue folder items, we do have blue folder items. Do we need a motion in a second to receive those?
Correct.
Okay, a motion to receive?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. And consent calendar, we only have one item on here to approve the affidavit. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I have a question. Are we ever going to get our minutes? We're like way behind on that.
Yes. Yes, we'll get those.
Election's over now.
Yeah, the election's over today, so we'll get those.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry,
Elections take precedent.
trying to keep it.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. There are no excluded consent calendar items. Public participation on agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the commission. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. Written request, if any, will be considered first under this section. Is there any Zoom or e-comments this evening?
Let's see. I have no Zoom comments. Do you have any comments?
There are no e-comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
We can close that item then, move on to section I. I1, it's continued from last on the agenda. Motion second, open to discussion.
So moved. Point of clarification, why do you need a motion to have the discussion? It's not like it's a public item, it's the next item on the agenda. I don't understand
We don't.
why. You don't
My
need
mistake.
one. You don't need one.
Won't do it.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Solomon, this is your item, if you'd like to kick off on this.
Okay, thank you, Chair Stretzenberg. We had our discussions about the items that are appearing within this draft report. It is a draft report. And this is the report that we are hoping to submit for our requested report for the November 1st City Council meeting. We want to be sure, I would think, to create a report that we can all vote on and approve tonight, because that City Council meeting would be November 1st, our following Tuesday, next Tuesday,
Which I will need tomorrow morning.
for the preparation of the agenda for November the 1st. Myself and Chair Strutzenberg worked on this report, the draft items. Hopefully it reflects the opinions as we've had discussions here and the decisions that have been made as we've had here. And I would open it up to discussion if anybody has any notes beyond that for the draft report, welcoming any input that the committee would have.
Mr. Morocco.
I'll start. I want to thank you for including my rebuttal to the item. Actually, my recommendation is that we actually move to publish it instead of actually approving it. Since I voted in the no, I'd like to still be able to say that, yes, I agree, we should publish it. But my first concern is, and again, thank you for putting paragraphs 9 and 10 in. I think that's really helpful. But what I am concerned with is sources of information that's included in here, which I don't recall actually having it in front of us. So if you can tell me what the source of some of these informations that were put in there, that would be great. Paragraph 19, did that come from someplace in particular that we received and considered?
Paragraph 19 of which section, please?
It's discussion and proposed action for the section dealing with the city attorney.
Item 19. This information was derived from the Redondo Beach city budget found on the Redondo Beach website. The 22-23 adopted budget included the staffing for the city attorney's office, the proposed budget, the figure for the outside litigation, the estimate for that was provided by the city manager in conversations with him. That's where all of those numbers were derived from.
So we never actually received it as part of our packet of materials to consider?
The Redondo Beach city budget?
No, the number 19, paragraph 19.
Paragraph 19.
Was that in any of the materials we received?
We discussed the city budget.
Okay.
I did not make a motion to have the city budget entered into the record,
Okay.
which we can do.
No, I'm just asking for clarification of sources. Paragraph 21, Redondo Beach has some 40 to 50 active contracts listed in the city, on the city website. Again, that wasn't presented to the group, but it says here they came from the city website. Is that a correct statement?
That's correct.
Okay. And then we go to our number 23, that chart that you have. Where did that come from?
This information was derived, as noted with the asterisk there, by reviewing the city budgets of the designated cities you have here in the graph. Went to the websites for Carson, Riverside, Torrance, Costa Mesa, and of course Redondo Beach. Went into their city budget, looked at their population information, looked at whether or not they had an in-house or contracted city attorney, produced the information that was in their adopted budgets for 22-23, and where it indicated the number of employees, I indicated it there. In the city of Carson, I did not find that number, so I did not include that number.
Okay. And how did you go about the methodology of picking those cities as the ones you looked at?
I took it as a sampling of cities that have a contract or in-house city attorney.
Okay.
And some of them wanted to use at least a couple of local cities, which is why I used Torrance and Costa Mesa.
Okay. So this was something that wasn't actually presented to the group. It may have been in concept, but this information wasn't presented to the group. Is that correct?
Only in the sense that I brought it up in our last meeting where I read from a table that I had of the approximate city budgets for a city attorney's office. These were among the cities that I mentioned during that presentation that I made, but it was not a hard copy item delivered to the committee, no.
Okay. I have paragraph 26. Our increasingly complex municipal legal climate. I actually question the premise that's being presented there. We did not get anything that shows that this was any more complex than it's ever been before the group. So where did that conclusion come from?
It was simply, that would be my reasoning or rationale in analyzing the information that was presented to us. When we heard presenters that appeared before us discussing the complexity of Redondo Beach.
That's where it came from.
The number of different entities, external entities such as the Coastal Commission that we have to deal with that other cities don't. I consider that to be with the regulations. We had SB 415 as a charter city. We have increasingly have conflicts with the state. It becomes more complicated, which is where I derive that statement from.
Okay, because I think we've been dealing with the Coastal Commission probably for at least the last 50 years. So I didn't see how it was complex, but that's fine. As long as I understand that it's you're drawing a conclusion from what you believe to be correct. Then on paragraph 29.
Mr. Penzler, you have a question about that item?
Yeah, I recall during the conversation with the gentleman who was presenting that many of these city names actually came up.
They did.
And that it might have come from Gene's list, but it was certainly a part of the discussion that we had regarding those. So putting a little meat on the bones is not to me, a problematic issue.
I'm not saying it's a problematic, I'm just trying to understand the sources of the information. But paragraph 29, you have a quote which seems to have an attribution to one attorney committee member. And as far as I know, and based on what you've put down on the cover page, there are only 2 attorney committee members on this panel identified as committee members. That quote, it did not come from me. And I do believe that it did not come from Ms. Wonderly. So if you're going to put in that attribution, I think you need to identify the person who actually made the comment.
That would be Norma Tabaris.
So then you need to include it in there that Norma Tabaris as an alternative member made that comment. I don't have a problem with that, but I think if you just have a loose comment like that, then it implies that either me or Ms. Wonderly, since we're identified as the attorneys here, actually did that.
It was not my intention to mislead.
Okay. Then this is in the language that you struck, and I think there's a problem with it. And that is in Article 11, Section 11.2. First, I actually thought it was very wise that the way the original charter people drafted it, that it says his appointment or election, although I think grammatically we decided on gender neutral. So I see, since we're making it an appointed position, that it's an unnecessary thing to eliminate something that was actually created to help everything. But in the next paragraph, it talks about the city attorney shall devote and you struck out the word full. And that was actually never voted on by this committee to make it a part-time position or what have you. And actually the way you phrased the whole thing at the background was just basically appointed or elected. And that's what we voted on. So if you're going to say that we need to strike out the word full, then I think you have to have a discussion and vote on that within the group. But we never discussed it. And then it also raises the question on the in-house versus contract people. Is Riverside and Torrance a full-time position or a part-time position?
I believe the city attorney in both of those cities are a full-time position.
Okay, so then I would really want to know why that word full-time was taken out. That was actually put in by the voters in 1988. So it needs to be either voted on by this body as a separate item with discussion, or it needs to be left to the city council. You can make the recommendation, I think, in your report, but I think if you're striking it, then I think you need to actually have a vote from this group.
Would you like me to elaborate, or would you like to conclude?
I assume you wanted me to actually go through the list.
Okay, fair enough.
I think the way you did it, Article 10 is the right way of doing it. And I think that's it. So go ahead and elaborate.
With regard to the 11.2, the full-time deletion, the theory or the way I viewed it in discussions with the chair as well, was that if we had a contracted situation, that person may not be a full-time city attorney just for the city of Redondo Beach. And if we had an appointed firm, that person may or may not be a full-time position for the city of Redondo Beach. This is, of course, a draft, and appreciate the comments, but that was the thought process behind the full-time deletion there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll add to that briefly, if I may. There was a pretty good discussion between Mr. Solomon and myself. We struggled with that as well. And the conclusion was that it draws attention to it by striking it. I think that's very true. But as Mr. Solomon explained, if you leave full-time in there, it would preclude certain options, just as he described. And we didn't want to, we haven't had that discussion of recommending to the council a modality of a contracted or hired full-time, which contracted firms. There's so many options within the appointed realm that we haven't gone into. So that was our reasoning for doing that particular thing. And I understand your point for it as well. It is an important word there. But I think if we left it in there with where we're at right now, it would preclude certain modalities. And that was not our intention to do that. Is that fair, Mr. Solomon?
I think that's fair, and that would be, I think, as part of our discussion also, a conclusion or decision for the council, should they wish to put it on the ballot. It would not be, I think, a conclusion for this group, so it would be an option as part of the draft.
Mr. Woodziak?
What options will we be precluding? Just give me an example.
For example, our guest speaker
Yes.
was a city attorney for 3 different cities. So he couldn't say he was full-time for any one of those.
We're staying with full and options, limiting. I understand what he couldn't do because he's already committed under contract. I want to know, moving forward.
No, go finish. I'm sorry. I just want to get.
Yeah, so it would take away an option of a situation like that, where if we had a city attorney that the city council found, or whoever's doing the appointing, that was great in many aspects. However, they were, in addition to Redondo Beach, a city attorney for some other city.
Why is that a bad thing?
I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
I don't mean to get into a discussion here, but I'm trying to understand what I'm precluding. And by the way, that was Mr. Graham that was here.
Yes.
Okay. We refer to him as the guy that came and spoke.
Mr. Stephen Graham.
He has a name, so I think we should use it.
Yes.
Stephen Graham, actually. He has entered into contracts with people, and they have voluntarily. I'm not interested in what his contracts are. In fact, I don't know if you remember my question to him when I made an analysis or a comparison of one of his cities being an HOA. And he recoiled to that, rightfully so, because it's government. But are we looking to, I'll just say, move towards privatization as a philosophy in a city where we're going to privatize everything or appoint everything? Or are we moving towards something that is more the will of the voters? Follow my question?
Can I make a point in that the item itself is not agendized, and the vote that the report is agendized, but the vote that you had was specifically just to recommend to the mayor and council that they put it on the ballot. You specifically did not get into the language, unlike every other item, where you went through in great detail and recommended specific discussion. So you had the chair and one other member separately write the the article. And I don't think it's appropriate when you don't have the underlying subject matter agendized. Now, the chair and the other committee member are certainly, vice chair are certainly free to send any recommendation, any recommended language to the council. But this is more the format of how you came to that conclusion. So I won't talk about it again, but you're tending towards having discussion for the underlying subject, and it's not agendized, and you specifically voted on this item only to recommend that they put it to the voters.
If I could.
Yes, Mr. Booth.
To try to deal with the issues that's being raised here, perhaps using the terminology in the discussion that it's as contracted, devote their time as contracted to the duties. So it's up then to the city council to determine what kind of relationship they want to have with whatever city attorney that, or any firm they wish to. I understand, but the formatting, the issue is the way that the agenda is stated, a discussion and possible action regarding formatting the report that will be presented to the city council. To me, the discussion of it is what is put into the document as well. So I would think that if we are going to send this to the city council for tomorrow, that the implication of this agenda item was that the possible action would be to format this to include this. And what we were including is the backup material that was created by the committee. And in looking at the work of the committee and having this concern about what kind of city attorney relationship there might be, the inclusion of those words as contracted would make it the city council's determination as to how they want to set up this relationship. And we keep out, and we have done our due diligence to pass along to the city council our thinking.
Mr. DeWizier.
Well, first of all, I don't think it should be up to the city council. I think it should be up to the voters to decide what
Ultimately,
they want. Not ultimately, I think they're the decision makers here. So, but to Mr. Marocco's points, he's just looking for validity. He's not looking for what we should pass on. You're just questioning the annotations and the basis of what's in the report.
I got to do my dissent. I'm happy with it. The majority are presenting their positions. My point on this one, more than anything else, is that we never took a vote on it, and it's changing something that was, our vote was appoint versus elect, and we never actually got into the nitty-gritty of full-time, part-time. So I don't, as I said, what I'm looking for is something that I can say we should publish it to the council. I have a problem with publishing something that we didn't actually vote on, especially since that full-time thing came in by its own separate charter amendment in 1988. That's when they made it all full-time. So if this group wants to go forward with it, I do want to suggest that I need to add to my dissent some specific language that says that we never decided nor voted on full-time versus part-time position, so that the proposed changes in section 11.2 are inappropriate as part of a recommendation. That's what I would think would need to be done to balance it out, so that the council's aware that we didn't actually vote for this.
And I think the thing here would be that our thinking when we looked at it is the striking of the word full-time would not preclude full-time. And as Mr. Prince was pointing out, we could add language as contracted, but having it in there would mandate it. So what we tried to do was make it more universally open to city council discretion.
Kind of like, you want to have like a football team and you want the player to play on Sundays for one team, and then on Mondays, they play for another team.
Or the linebacker can also be the fullback.
Exactly. Well, yes, it's long.
He
Okay.
can't be the defensive tackle and the linebacker, but he can be the linebacker and the fullback. So that was the intent of this, was not to eliminate it, but to create language that did not mandate one or the other or.
I don't think the issue we're talking about right now has anything to do with intent. I think it has to do with what we're going to present and how, and what's the validity of what we're presenting. Let's see, if I have a question about, like, for instance, the chart that you provided here under, I guess, 23. You basically say, you outline the different the costs, but you don't say which ones are civil service protected. For instance, Torrance's, once they're appointed, they're civil service protected. So that adds in a cost to PERS and things like that. No?
He gets birth.
The budgets include other associated benefits. So for each city, it would include pension benefits, it would include other.
Well, it's not apples to apples. For instance, in Redondo Beach, PERS, right? Torrance, PERS. Riverside, I'm not sure. Do you know? Anybody know? What about Carson? That's a contract. They're not getting, so that's not an apples to apples comparison.
So you would rather see.
I just want the information that goes to the city council to reflect fact, not opinion, okay? So we can have opinions and as in dissent, but I don't think that the document is gonna, somebody could say, well, on number 23 here, it says blah, 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 and they can make their own interpolation of what that means. I think it's got to be a little, I don't mean just this one, but it's like the full versus part-time, full versus contracted.
The intent was to provide a sampling.
I know what your intent was, and I don't question that.
It's hard to see what's in the line items of the budget. It's one number that might add to very different things for different cities.
I'm saying that once it leaves, we know what your intent was. When it gets to somebody else and they want to manipulate it, will your intent still be true? Will it be questionable? Can it be questioned? No, you understand my concern here?
I understand. You could create a table, I could create a table that would have any number of variables like you described.
Do we need a table?
And it would still, I'll address that in a second if I may.
My apologies.
And there are a number of any number of different variables that you would have. It was a representation of a few cities that we discussed during the course of our meetings. It represented here whether or not they had a contract or in-house city attorney. When it comes to the question again, please, then?
Do we need it?
Do we need it? The reason why I included the table was, or asked to include the table, because I can't do it unilaterally, I'm asking for us to include it, was there was a fulsome discussion about the cost benefit analysis. And there was a lot of questions about, well, we don't see any numbers, and we'd like to see any numbers to be able to do a comparison. So this was provided as a sampling of a variety of cities and what their roles, their maintenance and operation budgets are, their number of employees, and the type of system that they had. That was the intent of presenting it there, so that we had some reference of numbers to work off of. If there were an additional number of variables during those discussions to say, let's say I brought it up at the last meeting, well, you had asked me the question, is that just maintenance and operations? And I responded, yes, it was maintenance and operations. If there were additional variables to compare, I definitely could have included those, but it was more a representation of sampling.
P&O. I don't think so.
Oh, you said P&O, yes.
I don't think I said M&O.
You said P&O.
Okay.
I think that's fair. So when it comes down, if you want to drill down, on a clear day, you can foresee forever. There are a number of different variables that we can include in this. I don't think it's an outrageous You're not calling it a misrepresentation?
No, not at all.
And I'm not going to,
Not at all.
I'm not going to say that.
That
But
I called it?
you did not, no. It's meant to answer the question, well, what are numbers like in other cities? And that's why it's there.
That's not my concern. I think I know what your intent is because you're really articulate. But I'm worried about as it moves down the line, when it moves into campaign season, when it moves into, who takes the credit for, I'll just say, it'll be you. Nobody will know that. They'll
Or
just
the
say-
blame.
Yeah, or the blame. Well, I agree with that. And take the good, you gotta take the bad. I agree with that.
Yeah, I often refer to things like this as, and anytime I put together something to present, it's a dartboard. It's there to draw attention to things, and I think this, having a chart would draw attention to it and make it a point of discussion, because we alluded to wanting to have that discussion. It's difficult to come up with those numbers in a true apples to apples, because we're not comparing apples to apples really in any case. There may be some certain cities that would be the same modality, but not across the board. So I'm okay with the way it's there. It presents limited information. It will draw attention to it and make it subject to discussion, which I think is a good thing.
What happened to the idea that was floated around about having an appointed city attorney for contract administration and an elected city attorney for criminal?
I believe that's still in here in one of the points.
I did address the third idea that was raised
Okay.
for exactly that, a hybrid model.
Missed it then.
A hybrid model of civil litigation and a separate retaining city prosecution as a suggestion or an idea for the council to please consider.
Yeah, and again, Mr. Go ahead.
Item 30.
That's number 30.
Item 30? Thank you.
Yeah, and again, what we didn't want to get into was a specific modality of how this might be put in place, because we just haven't had that discussion. So we tried to leave it open as basically a council decision of what is there a modality they would see putting forward, and would that have to be, how would that have to be reflected in the actual charter?
I think 30 needs to be rewritten. Just so it's just too wordy. When you got to the meat of it at the bottom, the last two sentences gets to what the recommendation is. This is a recommendation that we're sending to the council. So we want them to read it.
Still burying the lead.
Sorry?
Burying the lead.
Burying the lead, thank you.
Good point. It's hard to find.
So taking on item 30 then.
That's why I missed it, because I read it.
Okay. On item 30 then, taking the sentence, the committee had discussion on this component of the city attorney role, taking that and moving it to the top of the paragraph?
Right.
Or perhaps breaking 30 into
Two paragraphs?
two sub-items?
I would get rid of, I would move the sentence that starts with the committee had discussions to the top, and then follow it with, it was noted, or a reworking of that sentence anyway. It was noted that the many in-house and autonomous prosecution, with autonomous prosecution. That's got to be rewordsmithed.
Okay, then we need to do wordsmithing right now then. That's where we're at.
Okay.
If you've got a proposed change, we need to implement that change.
Well, give me a couple, we're not in a rush here. I'm not in a rush.
But it's tonight is what,
I realize that. I didn't mean,
Mr. Morocco.
Micah, you're holding yourself in?
It looks like it.
Well, yeah, much of this discussion is inappropriate. Some of it's wrong, but you have in my view, you have the right to express your reasons for the decision that you made. And the decision that you made was just to recommend that the council send it to the voters to choose between appointed or elected. The rest of this, it's not properly agendized, and as Committee Member Morocco pointed out, some of it wasn't even discussed. It's a part of additional research that was done. So I think even the parts I disagree with, you have every reason to put the reasons that you voted for it based on the discussions that you had in here in an open and public forum, and you have the dissent. But you didn't choose language, and that was a specific choice that you made. You just decided to recommend it and leave it up to them. There's no reason that that can't come separately, but that's the reason that I'm holding it in, because I don't think this approach is appropriate given the way it's agendized. You should be giving your report of why you made the voted on last week the recommendation that you did. This is the one item that you didn't have language when it was properly agendized to send to the voters. You did that in every other recommendation that went forward. So that's the reason I'm being silent.
Mr. Morocco.
Okay, so if we're doing wordsmithing tonight, I'm going to make one of two suggestions. On item 31, it talks about the dual modality. I think after the word city attorney there, you can add the words that the committee did not reach a decision or determination about whether the position will be full-time or part-time, but for purposes of this report, the drafting committee recommends that the word full-time be stricken.
In 11.2.
In 11.2. Alternatively, I'm happy to add in my dissent that the committee never discussed nor voted to make the part-time or full-time position, and the position that's presented is only the position of the chair and the vice chair. So the proposed change in language 11.2 is inappropriate as part of a recommendation. So those are two wordsmithing things. I'll let you guys decide which one you prefer.
Yes, Chair.
Hi. First, I want to say thank you to Norma Tabaros for filling in for me when I couldn't make it unexpectedly. Looking at this report, which from watching the video of the meeting, it looked like the decision we made was whether or not this should be taken to the voters. But this report here has a lot of other information that it's almost implying that it was a 6-1 vote, that we all agreed with everything that's in this report, and I'm not sure that that's accurate. That's my first point. My second point is that there's an attribution issue for me because I was not here for that vote, but there's no listing of any other alternates, so it looks as if I was part of the 6-1 vote. So I don't know how to best address that, but I think we should maybe in parentheses somewhere have alternate member participating. And I guess it's a lot when we've had so much discussion to have this one night to try to narrow down and wordsmith this that we all are going to agree on. Maybe not, maybe we can get there, but I just want to make sure that the 6-1 vote is not attributed to necessarily this report, which has a lot of opinions in it.
Mr. Solomon.
Thank you. Thanks for the comments. I think Committee Member Wonderly makes a good point. For the votes that were there that were not unanimous, list the votes for and list the votes against with the names of the people who were present and voted at the time. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I think that that's a good idea. I would ask, while we're discussing this, Mr. Webb isn't here for me to be able to ask my one question, but let's take the Article 10 and 11.2 out of our discussion for right now and see if there are any objections to the other parts of the report as it's presented. And I think if there aren't objections to the other parts of the report, that'll help in our discussions. We can kind of narrow down what we're going to address. And then I have a question for Mr. Webb, please, if it's all right. Mr. Webb, in your statement, are you suggesting that, or saying that, not suggesting, saying that any discussion of any strike-through items specific to the charter strikeouts are inappropriate, or, because the information that's contained within the discussion of items 10 and 11, these are all items that went back and reviewed the videos of the meetings and the agendas and things that we did discuss as a committee. And when the synopsis of the committee hearing from multiple speakers, as an example, is a synopsis of the discussions that we had. So is it just the language that is specific to charter change that you consider to be inappropriate, or is it the entire discussion beyond there was a 6-1 vote to recommend inappropriate?
Primarily the language, because as I mentioned before, this group, when it was agendized, specifically didn't get into the language. And now you're doing it when it's not agendized. This is the one item in your report, the one item you've acted on, where you specifically said, hey, we recommend the council put it to the voters. That this isn't the time to come up with specific language when it's not agendized. My concern would also be with anything that wasn't discussed as part of the publicly noticed hearings that you had, if there's any extraneous evidence. But I think I don't have, although I may disagree with the factual information, you have every right to state the synopsis of why the 6 of you that voted in favor of submitting it to the voters, in fact, did so. So that's why I'm saying, like, the appropriate time, if you wanted language, would have been during the hearing, like you did in every other item. We went in great detail with all the other changes that you made in terms of language. You even had me wordsmith it, and I went and talked to staff, and we came back with specific language that in one case was different in didn't have had a dollar amount, that sort of thing. The time to do that was at the last meeting. So that's what concerns me, because you didn't have a discussion agendized to come up with the language. There's nothing to stop you as the chair and vice chair to send that to the council and say, hey, this is what we think. That's my concern.
Okay, thank you for
I
clarifying.
would actually disagree with you. Article 10, I think we did ultimately reach the conclusion, since it's appointed, that you could strike the word elected city attorney. So I think that one,
Oh, yeah, I don't, okay, I don't
the
have.
11.2 stuff.
Yeah,
that-
I don't have a problem with you would strike it. The only reason I would include that is there are different ways you could do that. You could get rid of the charter section entirely and leave it up to the council to go through. There are any number of ways that the council could do that. It's just you didn't have a discussion as to a committee, and specifically, so I remember Community Member Dweezak, hey, this should be to the voters, we should submit it to the voters. You didn't have the discussion of language. So even 10, it's like, well, I get, yeah, I guess 10 is fine. You'd strike that through. It's everything else.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So I would make the suggestion, Chair, that we maybe take a look at, and with appreciation of Mr. Morocco's points coming out first, the other parts of it, see if there's any issue with the other part of the report, and then circle back to items 10 and 11.2.
Okay. So with that, we were talking about the other sections of the charter
Of the draft report, yes.
draft report. Do those accurately reflect
That is, yes,
what this committee concluded?
yes.
I have a point of information that this came up. You made me part of the drafting committee, but you didn't involve me in drafting any of this matter. And I just want to at least get on the record saying I did, other than providing the dissent, I did not participate in the drafting. That's all I need to put in there.
Okay, so the other areas, anyone have any comments or questions on, even with the preamble that I had put together here?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, the assignment for the delivery of information to the council was left to the chair and the vice chair. Correct?
Yes.
That is the quote-unquote drafting committee for the communication to the council.
Liaison,
What?
liaison.
Liaison. So that is appropriate that your position in writing this. Looking at the remainder of this, it looks as was presented, as far as I could see. And frankly, I think the only place where there might be some question is in 11.2. So,
Anyone else with any other sections of the charter?
Yeah, what happened to the gender neutral section? Did you just?
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
was
see it
gonna-
included in here at all. Well, I know we voted the language already, so
Yeah.
it should be part of the report, but we didn't include it in this packet. At least I didn't see it.
I thought it was the first.
It
There's a-
is, yeah. It is just before the city attorney.
Okay. Now I stand corrected. But I thought we voted something larger than that.
Well, the proposed change is not added to this because it's quite a lengthy document. And that's where I said in the proposed change, you see the attached blue folder item from the committee meeting of July 20th. And that is not included here, but we all have access to that. And it could be included with the report to the council because that's the one that did the strike through and changes throughout the entire document for the gender neutral language. So that's why that is written that way.
Okay.
Just so it didn't add bulk to something when we've already approved that. Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
It
and then,
could just, I don't know, confuse people. They can reference it here. It's referenced,
Yes, it's
blue folder item.
Yeah, and it
So I
would
thought
go,
that was the-
it would go to the city council.
Good way to do it. They can look at it if they need to, but there's nothing very substantive in the changes.
and the other question I have, are you intending on including any exhibits to the report?
The only one would be that's not included here would be that blue folder item on the gender neutrality.
Okay.
Now, anything else is going to be available, minutes of our meetings, prior minutes of charter review committee, the prior ones, any of the records that we have are all available, but we didn't make them part and parcel of this and specifically referenced within this report. I tried to keep it very much an executive level because I looked at this at how I would want to get it, and I wouldn't want massive amounts of detail on everything. It's, they can get into that if they so choose, just like we have. But that was the intent with that.
Okay, no, at the end, I just want to know if the report's going to include exhibits or not, and you clarified that.
No, it is. The only one that is not attached here is that one blue folder item for the gender neutrality.
Okay.
Any other comments, questions on other areas other than the city attorney item, I guess is what we're down. And we knew this was the big one.
We just went straight to it. I don't have any comments, but did want to thank you. I think it's actually, I like the presentation. I think it's easy to read. And it, besides the city attorney piece that I think we, are discussing, I am in favor of how this report is written.
And it was actually, in part and thanks to your alternate that suggested putting some certain sections to this. And one of the things I did too is the numerization of points, I think is great as a way to discuss, just as Member Morocco. Point number 23, I'd like to talk about that. It's much easier and faster than second paragraph, third page, 3 words down kind of thing, so.
very clean.
Another question, are you putting anything about unfinished business, or maybe I missed that?
It is in the preamble.
Okay, that's what I'm looking at.
All right. Several other topics have been put forth for future agenda, however, have not yet been discussed, so that the list above remain prioritized under the limited time allowed prior to this first report.
Okay.
I do not go into a delineation of those. We could.
No, I was just wondering if you mentioned it, and
It's on the very first page.
I commend you guys for putting this all together. It's a lot of work, a lot of reviewing of records, given that we don't have any minutes to look at. So I appreciate the time you spent on that.
Always video.
Okay, so with that, I would take us, Mr. Salomon, yes.
Well, I would, if you're going to go back to then, it seems like, I don't want to step on your toes, go ahead, Chair. It seems to me like then with that other portions of the report, other than the section on the city attorney, seem to be without serious or objections that haven't been raised yet. Is that fair to say? I would think. Then I would circle back to the city attorney report, and I would suggest, as in deference to your comments and deference to the city attorney's comments, that if you wanted, for the purposes of this report, I would also ask the chair, since he is part of creating this draft, if you wanted to make the recommendation absent the edits, the charter edits, items 10 and 11.2, and deleting those from the draft report, I would not have an objection to doing that and asking the council to go ahead and make that decision and make that review. I don't see that as a significant issue.
You're talking about the specific charter language
Yes.
changes.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, and I was thinking along those same lines. We did it as an attempt to make it consistent with the other parts of the report, and tried to make it as uncontentious as possible. And it's not perfect, and it wasn't ever intended to be perfect. It was a first shot, and again, I'll call it a dartboard, to get something to them. It always remains the council's discretion of what they do. So I'm okay either way as well. It's not a bad thing. I mean, it could still be discussed, absolutely. But in efficiency, I guess, remove it, the Article 11.2, and that would be okay. If that is what you're alluding to, Mr. Solms?
That would be a suggestion as a compromise, for lack of a better way of putting it, in our discussions going forward in deference to the comments that have been made.
Okay. The other one that we had talked about was adding, Mr. Pinzer suggested adding the words
As
contracted.
So that the decision.
Genericize it, basically.
Genericize.
And that in many ways, it's good to have a city charter that has options available within it, rather than a narrow, they may come to a narrow.
You said the city charter or the city council?
So the charter.
I thought I heard you say charter. It's not good to have a narrow, it is good to have a narrow. It's a limitation. It's not a granting of power.
But I think the issue with including this is that we haven't discussed the language as an agendized item. So that's, I guess, I think the issue with including it on the report, for me anyways. I don't have an issue necessarily with the language, but was this language ever presented outside of this report?
I think the reason what we did is we had discussed what would and wouldn't be deleted from the charter, or how the charter would be changed. We did discuss that in the course of our discussions. I know that Mr. Morocco had talked about which sections would be changed if we were to change it. I would disagree somewhat in saying that it hasn't been agendized, because this draft report was included in the agenda on Monday. So there are items in there for us to discuss. Whether or not that's inclusive of the broader picture of discussed draft report, well, we had discussed what sections of the charter would be changed. We had discussed how they might be changed. And then we included an example, or as the chair referenced, a dartboard attempt at looking at that language. But I don't want to maybe try and argue over something that's non sequitur, and that I'm okay if we don't have that in there.
Yeah, and to the point of agendize that, we've had a similar situation recently in a district attorney's opinion that there was thoughts that something wasn't properly agendized, perhaps in a violation of Brown Act. It was determined by district attorney it was not any violation. They did allude to the spirit of the Brown Act, and that's a different discussion. But I see it as appropriate to include, but I'm not hard set on it. It's really a committee decision on how we want to proceed with it. We've all looked at it, and if we wanted to include it as part of the format.
If I could recommend.
Yes.
To assuage the stomach lining of the city attorney, perhaps we should state that the vote was to pass along on a 6-1 vote, that they look at this and then attach a compilation of the discussions that occurred during that series of conversations, including those opposed, the differences of opinion as listed in this document. So make this an attachment rather than a statement that this is what the committee actually agreed to.
I'm not sure what to do with that. I don't disagree with it, but I'm not sure how that would be better, less better, and executed.
I actually think it's just a matter of separating the two parts. The first part, which is the 6-1 vote, was to recommend that the council look at the elected versus appointment issue. And the discussion included the following. And this is what came from the discussion, including, for example, Gene's chart, which the cities that were in there were actually part of various discussions at one time or another. So it's a compilation of that. It's not listed as a decision of the committee per se, but it is a statement of what was discussed and what was, including differences of opinions.
Mr. Morocco.
So as I see it being presented now, Mr. Solomon has proposed taking out the changes in 11.2 as one option.
Just striking 11.2 completely.
Okay. When you say striking, so you're saying we get rid of the whole city attorney position, or you're just not including?
Removing it from this report.
Okay, that's one option.
I believe is that correct, Mr.? Yeah.
The other option, as I proposed, is we can add a sentence to paragraph 31 as I had suggested, or I can add an additional sentence to the dissent that basically says we didn't actually vote on it. I think those are three viable options. And again, my recommendation for a vote regarding this report is that we publish it to the council. So that way it's going to be a cleaner vote on that. But I think that's how you deal with the issue of 11.2. If you're willing to strike that change, great. I think you're going to be talking to the city council anyway, and you can share your personal views with regards to that, just as any of us can, because I'll be coming back to you. Or I guess there's another option, and that is we agendize it for the next meeting, since the council still may not have reached a conclusion on it, and then take our vote on it.
I would respectfully disagree with the last remark.
Okay.
The reason for that being a timing issue. So the council is going to have a meeting on November the 1st. Ms. Manzano, does the council have 3 meetings in November? Yes. So they have 3 meetings in November. Whatever they do, whatever they decide as to what's going on the ballot for March has to be done by that last meeting in November. And that would take place likely, I don't know when our next meeting would be, seeing as how the last Thursday in November is going to be Thanksgiving, unless I'm coming to your house, which is fun. The idea being that they'd have to have all of this done in order for the clerk to have it on to be eligible for the ballot on December 6th.
Correct.
And then you have to consider that if there is language that's going to be included with deletions and strike-throughs, it's going to need to be reviewed by, or likely going to be reviewed by, the city attorney's office and you want to give them the opportunity to review that for accuracy and detail. Am I mistaken about that?
I will probably recuse myself from the city attorney language. I'll probably write the argument in opposition as my predecessor did and recommend to the council that they obtain outside counsel to advise them on the city attorney changes.
Which would be another step,
Okay, well,
because they'd have to have a recommendation from, as to the conflicted out aspect of creating the language.
I will accept
Let me,
your proposal.
let me
if you get
offer
ready.
one other thing before we get to it, because I still really do want to give them a place to start rather than just nothing. For the Article 11, to add a heading to that, similar as there is for Article 10, but make a new heading for that, say additional proposed changes to charter language, additions and bold deletions is not voted on by the committee, but suggested by the chair and vice chair. If that's acceptable. If it's not, I'm okay with that, but I just really like the idea of giving them a starting place.
And welcome any other opinions.
Yes.
I liked Committee Member Pinsler's idea of, because this was not a unanimous vote, and so there might be things in the report that people who voted don't agree with the statements, that if we were to move up the fact that, okay, we agreed, the 6-1 vote, to take this to the city council for their determination and put this to the voters, elected or appointed, and this was our discussion, and here's some background materials, that makes sense to me. Because otherwise, the way it looks is everybody's agreed with everything coming up until we get to the 6-1 vote at the end, and then we have this tacked on, which has brought some questions. So I don't know, if we changed the ordering, that would help me a lot to feel more comfortable with this section, even though it's different than the other sections. So I get that it is a slight inconsistency, but it's also the only vote that wasn't unanimous.
Okay.
You can always show up at the city council meeting and
That was my next comment.
you can show up at the city council meeting and take your 3 minutes.
They're going to make, and they may give you more.
Spend it in my
They
neighborhood.
may give you more
Okay,
time.
well, that's why,
There's
there's always a motion to extend if you really feel good.
I think there's options besides tainting our report. I mean, we've done a lot of work on it, and why would you want to present something to council that has a taint of not actually being considered properly by this body? I've proposed, I'd like the fact that you're willing to take out that language. I've proposed adding language to paragraph 31 that makes it clear that this was not part of a vote. I've suggested language that I can add to the dissent, that even if you do keep 11.2 and it makes it clear that there was no actual decision, that gives the council the information that yes, you think as the chair that it should be in there for their consideration, but it also tells them, gives them the information that we actually didn't vote on it. And if they want to pick it up from there, more power to them. And I think so, if you want to keep it in, I don't have a problem as long as I can add a sentence that I've read to you already to my dissent. If you want to strike it and not put any language in there, I don't have a problem with that either. And I'll leave it to the writers to figure out what they prefer having before the council.
Okay.
Yep.
Mr. Duetier.
Eleanor, is this going to be on the council's agenda for sure?
Correct. Oh, yeah, we have a spot there for
And they have 2 other meetings, right? In
the
November.
8th and the 15th, correct.
So
And they could add a fourth.
I'm sorry?
They could add a fourth,
That's unlikely.
but they could.
They could. Well,
Wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah. Things happen.
we'll have some flying cows come by just for you. So anyway, I think we should send it up to them. I would just like to know when it's on the agenda for sure. In other words, I don't know how full their agenda is on next Tuesday, I guess, right?
I would say this is a big deal.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
but,
have 5 discussion items, and one of them is yours.
okay, well,
So it's set
my
right now.
point is this has got to be done by December.
Yeah.
I mean, it's,
Yeah, we can't let perfect stand in the way of progress.
exactly.
Yes,
Can't wait for the flying cows to come by. That's right.
Mr. Solomon.
I'd like to see the flying cows though.
I'm good, I'm good.
I would agree with Mr. Morocco. I'd be okay with the suggested changes that you're making. And some of the comments that Member Wonderly made about moving up the information, that this is what we agreed on. I think there's sort of a hybrid of those two things that we could use. Moving up the idea that what we voted on 6-1 was the idea that the council consider whether or not we want to continue having an elected city attorney and recommending putting it to the voters.
Yeah, that is somewhat, so the committee voted 6-1 in favor of this item being placed on the ballot.
Right.
That is what we voted on.
That's right.
And then with the suggested changes that Mr. Morocco is making, and then the idea is dissent is there as part of the packet, and I'm okay with the changes in the language of 31, I think it was, to 31. I'm okay with the suggested changes that Mr. DeWidziak recommended for item 30. Changing the order of those sentences in that paragraph, or those 2 paragraphs. And then going from there.
In the list of the voters, right? under-
Yes.
To delineate the actual list of who voted, yes.
Yeah.
And I think that's
Detailing the
fair
names of
in
who
this case,
voted aye.
because it's the one time it wasn't unanimous and you were not here, and that's fair.
Give
Absolutely.
attribution to Norma.
Yes, to Norma Tabares.
Yeah, she would be listed as,
The quote.
Yes. And item number 29.
Yes.
So I can almost make that into a motion if you'd like.
Do that.
yeah, and just to be open about how this transpired, remember Vice Chair Solomon really spent the time putting the content of this together and did a tremendous amount of research and work to go into this. And then I took that and massaged it into the format that we see here, broke it into items and tried to make it coherent, and added a few things that I had remembered that we agreed to. We both had agreed to these. So I would even say, Mr. Solomon, because you're the one that really has the best background for this content, if you're clear with the items, we should reiterate those in a motion, as you just said, but I'd be fine with that. I don't have them delineated here. I have certain notes made, but I want to make sure that if you feel that you have them clearly, that we can provide it into a motion, then we're clean.
Well, if you do public comment, I'll write it down.
I don't want to go back and watch the video to figure out what we said.
I watched a lot of videos of our meetings.
If I can make a motion that maybe simplify it, I move that we publish to the city council the report with the changes that we just discussed, which deal with paragraph 31. I think yours was paragraph 30. And I didn't get a clear indication if you were going to let me amend the dissent to put in the language that I suggested there.
Yes.
Okay. And then Norma's name.
I wouldn't
there.
say allow, agreed.
Okay.
But I'd like to see the motion, more than just what we've discussed, but specific items, and I believe Mr. Solomon has a good notes on that.
I would,
He's been over here scratching, but we don't know he has good notes.
No one can read my handwriting other than me.
So we have you to blame for there's no page numbers, there's no table of contents, there's no heading. Headings are not necessarily labeled with numbers or letters.
Yes,
Okay, so I just want to make sure.
Let's say draft.
and I think I will add page numbers. I didn't realize that wasn't in here.
Imagine that.
Let's make sure that's on our list for our motion.
That's on the motion.
I don't want to come back here for an emergency page number meeting.
24-hour notice.
And that does go to the format of the report.
Did you want to take public comment and I'll continue scratching out, or?
Excellent point. Public comment, any Zoom or e-comments on I-1?
I have no Zoom comments.
we're on our own.
There are no e-comments.
Very good. Thank you for the reminder. With that, Mr. Solomon, are you prepared to make a substitute motion and include the delineation of what we've?
Okay, was there not a second to Mr. Morocco's motion?
Can we hear the motion again?
Yeah, that we publish the report to the city council with the changes that we discussed, and then I went through a number of them. Paragraph 31, the dissent, the vote, Norma's name in there, and I think you had to change for number 30 as well, correct?
Suggested, yes.
Okay. I don't know if you ever gave us the wordsmithing. I think we,
Well, I got interrupted.
okay, sorry.
Move the last
You guys
sentence
jumped in
first.
on me.
Last sentence first.
Right. But I think you're going to cover this, right?
I think so. I'll make a substitute motion, not hearing a second. For the following item,
So I-
I1 of our agenda, to make the following changes to the draft report. For item number 29, to identify Norma Tabares as the committee member, quote, or paraphrase. For the vote of 6-1, identify the committee members who voted in the affirmative and the committee members who voted in the negative by name. For item number 30, to take the sentence, the committee has had discussion on this component of the city attorney role, and move that to the top of an ending in or contract attorney model, and move that to the top of the paragraph or top of the item. For item number 31, to include committee member Morocco's additions. Is that accurate, Mr. Morocco?
Yeah, if you want me to read them again, I can, but.
Yes,
Or I can
please.
write it on a piece of paper and give it to you either way.
If you could read them, please.
Okay. That at the end of the word where it's the city attorney, that no, for purposes of the report, no determination was, or vote was taken on whether the position is full-time or part-time. And it's the drafting committee's recommendation that it be part-time.
I don't know about it, that the recommendation being part-time, I don't believe we agreed to that.
Okay, well, you eliminated the word full, so I would, whoever you.
No, that's what I talked about before. That just simply doesn't mandate full, but it also does not preclude it.
Okay, well, again, since it came out of a charter amendment to have it full, it sounds like if you cut out the word full, you're talking about part.
I
So,
didn't interpret that way at all. It gives you an opportunity to just have a different options for that attorney. I don't see you don't cut out anything, give more options.
well, you're also eliminating the private practice of law as what was also a part of the charter amendment too. So again, we didn't vote that part either, so.
I don't have a problem with that edit up until our recommendation being that it be listed as part-time.
Striking full-time does not mean we're recommending part-time.
Okay, then I think my dissent change would probably make more sense, which is the committee never discussed nor voted on to make the position part-time or full-time. This,
I'm sorry to interrupt, sir. Can we circle back and just finish up
Yes.
your additions to number 31 then? If you could repeat the addition to number 31 then, please.
why don't you tell me what you got so far?
Absent the part-time agreement is where I would get to the end of.
Okay, so
That's on 31.
for purposes of this report, the committee did not determine or vote of whether the city attorney position should be full-time or part-time.
Period.
We can go period. But I do want to point out that this was the drafting committee's language to eliminate the word full.
Okay. Yeah.
It's clear.
It's clear.
Okay, then, moving on then, including, Mr. Morocco is going to amend the dissent, your dissent item. Would you like to go ahead and amend that or display the or provide the language for the clerk now, please?
The committee never discussed nor voted to make the position full or part-time, to make it a full or part-time position. So the proposed change language in 11.2, of course, I can't read my own writing, is inappropriate as part of the recommendation.
As a matter of dissent, that's fine. I have no issue with that.
And then the last item of the motion would be to be certain that we include the appropriate headers and page numbers within the report.
And then the other thing, what are we doing with the proposed language changes of Article 11? Are we striking that entire, or are we adding the words as contracted? The charter language itself,
I would have it adding the words as contracted.
after, it would now read, the city attorney shall devote their time as contracted to the duties of office.
Yes,
That's your motion.
that's my motion.
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second.
Just for that word or the whole lot?
Whole thing.
Whole thing.
No, I don't like the full, and I don't like as contracted.
Do you have a different language, or you'd like to not have it there at all?
I don't think we should be there at all if we're gonna, in other words, it's either all or nothing. So the contractor language bothers me to the extent that it becomes a weasel word. And depending how you look at it, you'll say, well, it's contracted or it's not contracted. It'll be a discussion that'll just bog down and the charter will not be clear. So I would jettison both of them, or
Jettison the word appointed and contracted, or
shall devote their time to the duties of the office,
period?
period.
Their time to the duties of office.
Correct.
So as it's written now,
No,
you didn't include the word full.
no, I didn't, but I didn't include the word contract either.
So you're just saying don't put in as contracted.
That's what I'm saying.
Is that your friendly amendment?
It's my friendly amendment, as friendly as I am.
Is the seconder okay with that?
No, if, the concern is, we do this every 25 years or so. And the rationale for contracting could very well change over time. It could very well be that you, as an example, you decide you're not going to have a full-time individual be the city attorney in the beginning, and then determine you want to have that. That's the reason for as the contracting, because you have to go through a contracting structure in public to determine the way that attorney's office would work. What as contracted indicates is that there is a process you have to go through to determine what that relationship is going to be. It requires a city council action to change it, because you are changing the contract.
This is a voter issue. This is not a city council issue.
No, but once.
This is what the voters are going to vote on.
Exactly, but what is in the charter is an indication of how the city council ought to work. And one of those requirements
No,
would be.
not how it ought to work, how it should and will work.
Yes, and.
Not how it could work, not how it will work, how it does work.
Absolutely.
Okay,
And-
just so we're clear here.
Yeah, in that case, the requirement of a contract has a specific structure to it. One has to bring it to a vote of the council. One has to go to RFP. One has to do the things that contracts require. And therefore, by putting as contracted in there, it enables the city council over the period of time between one charter change, one charter review committee and the next, that there is a ability to change the structure of the contract rather than try to put it in.
Mr. Morocco.
Are you going to be going to the council to address them about this change?
Good, yeah.
Well, I'm just wondering, because if you are, then we're spending a lot of time that just striking that out and you telling the council, this is your concept of how it should be done would be just so much easier and it would be cleaner and there'd be less taint involved with having a discussion on something that's not properly agendized. So if you're going to go to the council, and I think I encourage you to, because you were involved in this back in 1999 as well, that we just strike out Article 11 and you can tell them this is what conceptually you believe and we can move on and just have this published to them.
We could have the dissent presented the same way. So the fact that the dissent is included in this, you could just as easily go to the city council and then state your dissent. So I'm trying to deal with an issue that was the issue of full person's part, and to make sure that there is a structure that the city council has to go through in public to make whatever change that might be.
Being the contract.
The contract. That's all this was about.
That just seems like a substantive, like, discussion to have around the issue. That's my only comment there. I don't know that I agree or disagree, but I feel like I would need more information. I'd like to hear more about it. And that's making me think, well, is this the right time to discuss it?
My feeling is that what we're looking at right now, as far as like language, what it ultimately will be, as far as the amendment to the city council is concerned, is that this is, as the chair mentioned, a suggestion, a starting point, a jumping off point for the council. And these things are likely to change based on their discussions. I like the idea of having the word contracted in there, in that it's one of the options or modalities that were among the several different options. Contract versus in-house versus appointed in-house model. So that's why I like the idea of the word contracted, and also with the idea that this is a starting point or something that's likely going to get changed based on the council's discussions as well.
You brought up a couple of things there. Appointed in-house, so, appointed, and then we have elected, a whole bunch of things here. I just want the language to be clear, and I don't think it is clear if you put contracted in, okay? And I'm not going to vote for the motion if it's in there. But it's not needed to
Is there
pass.
another word that would be acceptable?
No.
Or just,
Take
as
out
prescribed?
full. We took out full, we need to take out contracted too. Just kind of implies that's the direction we're going.
And we don't have to have a unanimous vote. I think it would be good
realize
to
that.
have one.
I realize that, good. That's fine. That's the only thing I object to.
Any other members want to offer suggestions or their opinions?
It's just what I already stated. I think there's more to the as contracted than I'm aware. All the procedures then, when you use the word contracted, what do those look like? Are they the right thing for this? And this is what we're giving them, and they may or may not change it. They might just gloss over that piece of it and just move directly to let's have a vote on elected or appointed. And so I'm just concerned that I haven't given this due thought or like time to process what it really means. So I'm not comfortable with making the change and putting my name on it.
Bob, considering that it looks like we would perhaps have a unanimous vote, but for the word contracted, would you be okay with
I'll pull it.
that being pulled?
I'll pull it.
Thank you.
I'll come to the council meeting and explain.
Perfect.
I'm all about compromise.
as it stands then, the way Article 11 is proposed, it would stay as is.
Stay as is.
Everyone okay with that?
So you're striking completely Article 11.2 from the changes that you're proposing?
Article 11 is what I was referring to,
You said it's
11,
as is,
11.2.
so what does that mean? You're
as it
gonna,
was written in this draft.
okay.
It would stay in there.
Call the question, please.
I'm sorry?
Call the question, please.
Oh. So,
Is the motion clear, Eleanor?
I'm not clear on it. Is the motion to publish, because it's different than voting on the actual language. So if it's to publish to the council, I am fine with what it is. If it's, and those are the changes that are going to be made to the process. If it's,
To publish to the council, we have no authority to do otherwise.
okay.
that's fine.
Perfect.
So we're clear on the motion and the second. The seconder is accepted, striking the words as contracted. You were the seconder, correct, Bob?
Yes.
So we have the motion and the second. Everyone clear with it? Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. This was not an easy one.
So Eleanor, just to clarify, the language to the dissent you have already, do you want me to send it to you again with the addition? That
Sure.
additional sentence?
Sure. Well, actually, you're going to give it to committee member Eugene or Solomon to make sure it's updated on the report for tomorrow morning.
I can do that. I mean, it's,
But I think submit it to the chair.
okay. I'll submit it.
Either way is fine.
Okay.
And we will include that as your amended dissent.
Okay, and I did have paragraphs when I sent it to you. I don't know what happened to those paragraphs, so.
There's something missing.
No, they were broken by paragraphs. There's a space between each paragraph, so I will get you one that
Yeah, the way-
actually has a
He's
space.
already taken credit for
When
the
I
formatting.
when I cut and pasted
Or
it
lack
over, it
of.
lost it completely.
Okay,
Something, so I added at least where, I didn't include a space between the paragraphs. If you want that, I have no problem.
okay, since
Making-
I'll just
Once
change
it's
the language that
separate.
you put in when you cut and paste it, and then to put the spacing where it needs to be.
Yeah, your spacing just, when it came over as one block
Okay,
is what happened. And I went back in and manually added the paragraph breaks where you had them, but it did not put a space between the paragraphs.
okay, I'll try to get it to you in a way that it works. By tomorrow morning.
And what time do you need it by, Eleanor?
By noon.
By
Noon? Noon tomorrow, noon,
a
12.
specific time?
Yes. Yes, please.
Okay.
Greenwich Mean Time.
Yeah, so whenever you can get that to us in the morning, Ron, would be fine.
Try to get it to you tonight, actually.
That'd be fine too. And Member Solomon, I'm actually looking for you to, I can get you the Word document if you want to make the amendments that you have written down.
Yes, sir. I can do that.
Because I believe what's been supplied is only a PDF.
If you could send me a Word document, please.
I will do
Yes,
that.
Thank you.
And we have everything listed. So with that, I believe we are concluded with our first report.
Well, sort of. If we talk about the next item, it may be included as
Go
well.
ahead. As it is now, we have approved what has been presented.
Right.
And I thank everyone for that. I know this was not an easy thing to go through. So moving on then to item J2, there is a blue folder item for this.
J1.
Or J1, I'm sorry, J1. Yeah, thank you for the correction. There's a blue folder item for this that I had provided a couple of articles on this, and then Mr. Pinsler, you had some information on the first page of the blue
Yes.
folder item that you added here. And then I had actually put together a draft of what this might look like if we were to add it to this first report. And very briefly, I want to address that mainly because to put this on the upcoming March ballot is as about ideal as it's going to get for making the transition. And then it would become effective in 2025. So it's similar to the city attorney versus the city clerk and city clerk and city treasurer, we don't have to have on this next ballot. But this one, if we're going to do it, it would work so much better on this upcoming ballot if we can come to conclusion. We'd have to come to conclusion tonight. Yep. So that's in this as well. Mr. Pinsler is your item. I'll let you lead off.
Yeah, the issue was raised the last time about the statewide approach of districts, both city council and school board districts of a certain size moving to districting as opposed to electing at large. The moving of the school board to a districted structure seems straightforward, but as with just about everything in the city, nothing is straightforward. Because if we do move to districts and we do have individuals, do we want the requirement to be 50%? So if that's the case, then we have to have the same runoff system that we have now. If at some later date, as I hope to do, to discuss a different method of electing, including ranked choice voting, and
That's on the next agenda
it's on
also.
the next agenda. So whatever rules, and that's the reason for what's in this third paragraph of my email, which says, under the same rules under which, and I know there are two unders there, the city council is elected. Because if that structure changes, the school board election would change at the same time. So right now, if we move to districts and we maintain the rules of the city council, which requires a 50% vote, then there would need to be a runoff for whatever person would be involved in that district. So, like I say, nothing is particularly straightforward, but the councilmanic districts are set up on a population basis. Every 10 years, it is changed, and that would be the same districts that would be overlaid for the school board. Right now, if I remember correctly, only 3 of the 5 districts in the city are represented on the school board. So that is an obvious target for people who believe that there should be representation throughout the city as opposed to at large, and the disadvantages that come from having at-large elections. So that was the basis of these changes. The way I looked at it, and I think in the summary that Ralph did, the council, the transition to districts should be done based upon the terms of the people who are in place right now. So if there were, the next election would be 3 and 5. Districts 3 and 5 are up in the next city council election. 3 and 5 should have school board elections. There are people who are termed out or end of term in 2 years from now. Those people would be put into this pool. They would not be elected or re-elected citywide. They would have to be in a district. If they happen to not live in the district, well, that's the way it goes. But we're not throwing anybody out of office until their term naturally expires. But the districts would be set up so that 3 and 5 would be elected in the next, assuming the council puts it on the ballot and it is approved. I'm sorry, it would be 1, 2, and 4 because it would be 2 years down the road.
2025.
It'd be 1, 2, and 4, and then 2 years after that would be 3 and 5. And then it would stay in those districts as time goes on.
Do 3 term out in that year?
At the end, those 3 and 5 would be elected.
Yes, but like next election, 25, be like 3 people would term out of the school board.
Actually, it's 3 that are going to term out 2 years from now, Or at the end of
Not term out,
Not term out, but the end of terms.
end of term.
Sorry, in terms
So the timing is right. to be
Yes,
able
and
to
that's what
do
I alluded to
3 and
earlier.
2.
If there's a clean time to do it, it's never going to be perfect.
Right.
But there is a really clean opportunity in 2025 to make this
Right.
be in effect. But in order to do that, it needs to happen on the ballot in 2023.
3 to be in effect in 2025. So it'd be 1, 2, and 4, and then 3 and 5 after that, and then it would stay that way over time. So I think this is a timely issue. It's an issue that frankly, we're going to have to deal with anyway, because this seems to be a general opinion. The California School Boards Association, as in the blue folder item, seems to be in agreement with this. And the issues associated with why some of these school districts are going to districts is not really totally applicable to the city, but it is intriguing that on an at-large basis, the representative seems to come from a smaller section of the city than we might like. So dispersing the districts seems to be a proper way to go, and I would recommend that we present this to the city council.
And so a couple points on the materials I put together. I'm sorry, Joe, I didn't see you. Go ahead.
I like the idea. I think it's but do we know the distribution of the student population in the city? For instance, I'm going to guess District 2 probably has less students in it than, let's say, District 5. I'm just pulling that out of the air. I don't really know if that's true, but I think one
That
of
was
the
my
arguments.
first question.
I'm sorry?
That was my first question, so I really would like the answer to that in order to be able to process whether or not this makes
Okay.
sense.
Well, I have more questions, but I can.
But no,
We have
thank you.
plenty of
Yes,
time. Go
I
ahead.
like that
No, go
question.
ahead.
No,
Let's
that
get an
was-
answer.
That was
Do
my
we know
first
that?
question.
We could probably get that
Well,
information, whether
we
or
don't
not-
know.
We don't know right now.
Okay. All right.
Correct.
So
I think you look at demographics, and the schools are not the similar size.
We're not talking demographics. I think we're talking pure numbers.
we're talking about where, because that's where the parents are.
Yeah.
And that's who's more, and I'll just say, alert to a school board member. All right? You don't think so?
Anecdotally, and from what I've learned in running for those offices, it's the demographic that votes is not, for a school board,
For
is
school
not necessarily parents.
Okay.
It is voters in general. So, and
Okay.
it's the voters in general that are charged with the selection. It is not.
I agree,
the parents.
I agree with that. I mean, I agree with that point, but I'm saying the people who are more interested and more concerned as a campaign issue is the students. It's all about the kids and seniors nowadays. You know, I'm a senior, so I'm okay. But it's going to be about the kids. So if you have a district that doesn't have a lot of kids, will they hold more sway, I guess,
Well,
politically?
yeah, the only thing is that changes over time as
No,
well.
I'm sure it does. Well, I don't know.
So what we don't have,
If I could, not every council district has the same number of registered voters.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
No, it's not. There's more in 1 and 2 than there is in 4.
Registered voters?
Number of registered voters.
Really?
yeah,
Okay.
the
So,
districts are set by population.
so,
Yeah, they're set by population. Oh, registered voters, okay. That's
Registered
different,
voters.
no, but it's set by population.
but.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the population of the students.
You were talking about the population, but when you say that having a number of students.
Student
varies,
population, how's that?
That's a dynamic change. It changes all the
But
time.
the answer is we don't have, if there's 15,000 people in each district, we don't know how many
Let
students.
me make myself perfectly clear. I'm very much in favor of this. I think this is a great idea, okay? I'm just looking at I'll just say the obstacles that will be thrown in the way that will confuse the issue. So you guys are actually telling me something that I didn't know, that the parents are not the ones who vote for.
Well, absolutely.
See?
I've always voted in the,
My
I have no kids.
my
and I
kids
have
are in their
always voted
40s and
School board
50s,
election.
so you know.
Should I not be allowed to vote because I don't have any kids?
Do we have like demographic data on who's voting? Do we know if they're parents or not? I guess.
No, that'd be,
So this is just anecdotal.
that'd be anecdotal. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay. Can I go back to real quick? Sure. First of all, I'd like to point out that these articles are from 2013 for the first one. It's still salient for today, but this is early on when this was first happening. And the second one, I believe, was from I don't remember the date on that one, but it was also several years ago, the CSB, but it's still.
It had lawsuits maybe in the early 2010 for like in Anaheim, Santa Ana, that all push more to district.
Right. There was a newer number.
Malibu is going through it right now.
This is really different though.
Yeah, that is different.
Yeah.
But in the draft that I put together, one of the points, point number 6 that I put in there as a draft, because this is, I started to put together how would we do this. The State Board of Education estimated in January 2022 that it has approved waivers for nearly 250 districts because there is a waiver process. I'm not sure how that works together with a charter city and a required charter amendment, but.
So what's the waiver for?
The waiver is to allow a school district to do it without a vote of the people. I'm not sure how that plays into charter cities. So there's a waiver process that a school district can make this happen to switch by trustee areas or by district areas.
Good luck with that.
Right.
Right, but in our case, we're not looking to do that.
No, we're looking to put it in the charter.
And then it's clean.
That's right.
And that's,
Well, the people will have expressed their will.
my whole point here is the numbers are doing nothing but growing, and this is the trend, and it's going to continue because what I learned through CSBA training was that there are two kinds of school districts. Those that are,
What's the
California School Board Association. There are two kinds of school districts.
Continuing ed for
Those that have been sued and switched, and those that are going to be sued because they haven't switched.
Okay.
And those lawsuits can get extremely expensive, and I don't believe anyone's won one yet. And the Santa Monica one's slightly different.
That's a state law that changed this year, right? The SB 442, I think. So the county education board can make your district go from at large into.
That's the Santa Monica Malibu School District issue, was that they got it imposed upon them. They're fighting the fact that it was imposed upon them. We might too, because we don't like things imposed. But in our case, what we're looking to do, let's make the change.
Redondo.
Yes.
Are we getting this from the horse's mouth? I mean, are you in fact doing that, discussing this? Discussing districting?
At the school board?
Yes.
No. I have notified at school board meetings in my reports, I have notified that the committee is agendizing this item.
This committee?
This committee.
Okay.
Yeah, so they have been notified. I haven't gotten any feedback against it. A little bit, fine. But it hasn't been put to a discussion by the school board.
Generally, people with power don't give it up. You understand that, right? So this is going to have to be a charter amendment. It's going to have to be based on the fact of student populations, representation, parents say so, whatever else, however it's going to be sold.
Yeah, I haven't seen the student population aspect of it in anything I've read about so far, but it's a fair point.
Well, I'm just saying.
And that's where it comes into, Mr. Pinsler made the point, it would be great if these districts or trustee areas, as I call them, just so it's not confused with school district, could be the same as councils. Those borders are slightly different than the school borders for the elementary and the middle schools.
Meaning where they can attend.
Yes.
Okay.
So you may have, if it followed the district lines, which it could, I'm not sure about that, but there's other aspects we'd want.
That's why I asked the question about student population.
But that hasn't come into play in anything I've seen.
Okay, well, I think generally, the only city that I know of is district right now is LA. So I'm unaware.
Pasadena is.
Torrance is.
Torrance is district?
Yeah, Torrance has been district for school board. They just moved to district for city council as well.
Right, well, that was the handwriting on the wall. That was different, yeah, so.
So did Anaheim, so has,
I think Anaheim was it's a larger
I said-
district, it's not really a city, this district includes more cities than Redondo. Most of the districts have been more than one city, I believe.
Can be.
Like I said, my youngest child is 35, so I understand.
and I have none, so I've never dealt with it.
Mr. Solomon.
In support of the idea, I'm all about thinking forward, making changes, an evolution of what the city's going to look like in anticipating things rather than reacting to things, being proactive rather than reactive. Generally support the idea. I would say that the student population of residents is going to be a little bit different than the student population because we only have the one high school. I do like the idea that the parents of students who are going to Adams would be able to, as an example, be able to go ahead and elect a representative that lives and has their kids going to Adams as well, or Borough Heights, or wherever it might be within the city. The idea that you're kind of localizing that the parents and the voters feel like they have more impact for the school that's located within their district. I like that quite a bit. I like the idea of adding, the idea of running a citywide campaign is a little bit more difficult. It's more expensive. So perhaps you introduce a greater pool of candidates that might not otherwise face the challenge of having to run citywide, that can run locally, that are going to know a lot more of their neighbors within that school district. Their kids are going to the same school. They likely would know them, their kids, or if they were parents or people that their kids had migrated out of that, grown up, whatever it was, have been through that school perhaps as well. So I like the idea of it being impacted that way and directly feeling like you're involved in your student's school district and your representative is there with you. Their kids are at your school, their kids went to your school. Or if you're without kids, then you know a lot of the families that are taking their kids to that school because they're your neighbors right next to you. So I'm generally in support of the idea, like it for a lot of different reasons. I think it introduces more candidates. I think it's progressive. It's the next step in what we're going to see that we need to do. And I think that it gives people a feeling, if not an actual effect, a greater effect on what's happening at the school district with their representative in the school their kids are attending.
And if I could speak for those that do not have children, we still pay the taxes that go to the school district. And the quality of the school district affects the value of the home. So it is important for us to know that the representatives of those districts are responsive and will listen to the people who care.
I thought you put this on this because you were altruistic, not greedy. How wrong was I?
I hide my
You aren't
altruism.
agreeing, are you? Mr. Morocco.
I actually appreciate Mr. Solomon's comments, and I tend to agree with almost everything he said in there. That was great, but
Kumbaya.
but I do want to focus on a couple of things just to bring up. One, I think the proposal language that I saw on there is not gender neutral. You have the word councilmanic, so you might want to focus on that. That was on like the first page.
I don't think the term is,
Oh, that's
I don't
Mr.
think the term
Pinsler.
is councilpersonic. So there is a,
The council district, I mean,
Boy, that's splitting some
that's your
hairs.
proposed language.
That's
so.
splitting hairs, Ron. You are a lawyer, I'll tell you.
yeah.
But I
could tell
want to
that.
go to the demographics page because this is, initially when Mr. Pinsler introduced my thought was, this is just another one of us where we were being asked to follow what other areas of the state is and not necessarily what's in our best interest. And so I look at this discussion and proposed action item that our chair put together, and purposes number 1 and 2, dealing with political representation of diverse communities and we've never had anybody of a minority group, and they need to be this, everybody should have an opportunity, and then I see the numbers, but I'm not sure, and I think this is what Ms. Wonderly brought up initially, is we don't know what the disbursement rate is throughout the city with regards to some of these groups. So you may find that council district or school board District 1 doesn't have any of the demographics that you're trying to do the representation, I think you'll find it probably in 3, you'll start seeing a swing because as Mr. Solomon indicated, Adams is a different makeup than Paris as far as that goes. So as long as you're working towards that goal and you can clarify it, so we're not having some gerrymandered district that we're going to spend a lot of money trying to figure out how to get achieve the purposes of it. I'm fine with that. What I've noticed in a number of school board elections, and I've seen now multitudes, the school board candidates all seem to run in slates. So you talk about you're getting a slate, you're getting overrepresentation from certain the districts. Well, I look at who the slates are and they're coming from that same district. So if you break up that ability to do the slates, I think you're also achieving the purpose here.
I would point out with that at the last election, 2 of the 8 candidates did run as a slate.
I thought there was 3. Okay.
Well, it started out as 3 and that changed, so there were just 2 candidates on one slate for the duration of the campaign period and the election.
Which helps reduce costs. I mean, I'm just saying, like,
Yeah, the slate
we
is,
were talking about costs earlier, so I don't know that, like, I mean,
but if we
slates
go,
have that
if you
benefit.
went by district, it would be less of a point to run as a slate because you'd be running as a slate with another district.
You have an individual. This is an individual versus an individual in a district race as opposed to a vote for 3 out of whatever his numbers in.
So the point I'm ultimately making is I do agree with Mr. Solomon that having the local people know their local person is a good thing, and it's something we should be striving to do. This may sound sarcastic, but I don't see why the council can't appoint the school board members either, since you're putting everything in the council's hand, and if you're making the district similar to that.
Excuse me?
Well, you've proposed that we take citywide offices and make them all appointed by the city council because we trust the city council and what they're doing. And there's no difference with school board.
No, there is a difference because a school board is a legislative body.
It's a completely separate
It can't be
organization.
appointed.
Okay.
They're in the charter.
They are, so
It was co-opted years ago.
But anyway, I do like Mr. Solomon's point, and that's what I'm getting to.
Group
I took my mask out.
What I would say is, I think there's the possibility that this is a great idea, and I would love time to explore it and understand it better, because I think it will impact my district. My kids did go to Adams. You know, I had to fundraise for batting cages. We paid for them at Anderson. They were paid for by the city at Alta Vista, right? Like, we don't feel that our needs are taken care of. And so I'm a little concerned to just jump into this when I know there's 2 District 5 people on the school board, for example. And it's because we care so much about education. We are, from what I've seen, I mean, I looked at this many, many years ago. We have a much higher percentage of children in districts 4 and 5. And so we are passionate about our schools and making sure that they're great. And that doesn't mean that people don't care outside of having kids, but I just think this could be the best thing ever. It could increase diversity. It could be the right way to go. It could reduce lawsuits for the city. I just don't have, I'm not going to be able to say that I can agree with this without processing all that information. That's where I'm at.
So anyone else before I'll make a couple points here. So what I tried to put together was just a starting point of some of the items that we would consider, and I'm offering them here to be considered as a body, that why the CVRA, what's the whole thing behind that, the California Voters' Rights Act, and then number 2 takes a little more detail of that these are quotes from other articles that, voters who are members of a race, color, or language minority group is what this was really enacted to promote. And we do see that it's difficult for an at-large election to elect a minority. I don't believe it's happened with our school board. So, and then that's why I offered in point number 3, the demographics. This is from the 21-22. This is from the school district website. How our demographic does break down. It's, we have a 44% student population that's white, but we have 100% school board that's white and have had for as long as I've been able to look.
Everybody can remember.
Yeah. And that really is the core of this. And there's other aspects to it as well.
I'm 100% in favor of changing that. I don't know that this achieves that goal. How many women are on our city council? We have districts and we're 50% of the population. So I don't know that we get to improving, maybe I'm wrong. And if this is the answer to have more diverse school board, I'll be absolutely in favor of it. I just don't know if this is the answer for that.
Okay. And
I guess don't give false hope. It could occur, but still there are demographics who vote in the city. And there's still minorities still represent a smaller portion of demographics, whether it be African American,
Could very
Asian.
well be.
And this is where I wrote in point number 5. For simplicity, school board member districts should be aligned to city council districts to the extent possible. School boundaries should also be considered. And there's also an aspect to that the demography data does need to be looked at to some extent to consider ethnic breakdown of the areas. This gets into details that I haven't been able to understand yet, but regardless of how or when it happens, that would have to be done.
Let's say that again. How would you look into that? Or what are you trying to do?
It would have to be part of the study for supporting how we establish districts, or as I call them, trustee areas, just to delineate them from city council districts. There is the requirement there that you consider those aspects and look at the demographics of your proposed areas and how do they fall out? And there's aspects to that have to be considered when you set up the trustee areas.
Well, it's
That's fine. Oh, sorry.
It's more than that. So there is a trend towards lawsuit, towards at general elected. Certainly, I think more cities are not, and school boards are not by district. But what you're going to have to ask yourself is, between now and December 6th, is the council going to be able to, we're only at risk for a lawsuit if there is an identifiable and geographically consolidated minority, and second, that minority group tends to vote as a group, and third, the majority typically outvotes the majority. So in Torrance, you mentioned it was an Asian majority, and there was a lawsuit over that. I don't know if the school board has even gotten a letter like that, warning the council whether or not to do that. But I wonder if, and this isn't to speak against it, but it's just too simple to say, hey, it's the lawsuits. You're going to have to decide, are we addressing the problem? And I don't know if the demographics, and the demographics that will matter is voters, not per se students. That may matter for another issue. Finally, when you have the language, to the extent practicable, I was thinking of Eleanor having the ability. It's already challenging when they rely on county data, which sometimes doesn't necessarily accurately reflect the districts that we have. If you had to have, hey, I'm a voter in 3 for the school district, but in 4 for the council member, I can't even envision how that would work. So in your language, I also noticed a difference between how you identify terms of less than 4 years, not counting, whereas it's different from the term limits both for school boards and for council members of less than 2 years. So that is in no way to
The less than 4 years was only for the transition, I believe.
Yeah, but there may be better ways to say,
may
hey,
be,
we're not counting, we're just not counting any expended, time prior to that. But I wonder if your last meeting before you bring it, it may be ideal for the municipal election, but keep in mind the default for charter elections, and I've advised the council many times on this issue, which they may or may not have remembered, the default is the November election. And that because for charter amendments, and that unless it fits within a specific exception. And so, you could put it on a November election because that is the default. And that was a result of Bell, setting a charter amendment or a charter change, the city of Bell, like right after, the day after Thanksgiving. And so they had it abysmally low. So they changed it in terms of charter. So the default is not the municipal election, it's the general election. So I throw that out in that if you want to do this, are you sure it's the right thing to do? And do you think you can give the language, or do you think the council can say, if you think, yeah, we generally think it's a good idea and logistically it would make sense to have it on the March election, if in fact you can determine that we can get that. And I don't even know if any, I'm trying to remember if we always look at equal protection when you're setting up districts, because you could get challenged if you had, 30,000 you're disenfranchised people if they have one representative for far more people. But I don't know, I know the council looks at that pretty carefully. I don't know that they've looked at the demographics and whether or not there's a cognizable minority group that is geographically consolidated that tends to vote as a block. And that's how you'd have to know that information to decide if our council districts are appropriate.
Excuse me.
That's why it's important.
You have to know that if that is in fact an issue, and the question of whether there is, let's see, my experience is that there is ethnic dispersion through Redondo Beach, more than you'd find in Torrance, or more than you'd find in Anaheim, more than you would find in a lot of other places, even Santa Monica. So personally, I don't think that is demonstrable.
Then my point is, the idea of doing it to stay in front of a lawsuit is null and void, because they have to prove those three things. It comes down to, do you think this will make the changes that you want to see made? Is that effective? Or is it to stay out of the SB 422, where Santa Monica is a charter city and the county they passed a law that said, hey, we don't care what your charter says, and there's an active lawsuit.
It is in our purview because it was placed in the charter.
I'm not saying it's not your purview.
Oh, no. The reason we're dealing with it as opposed to the school district dealing with it is that we have the charter.
I agree 100%.
And I'm not even sure it should ever have been there, but that's another whole story. But the question is this, I agree, the question is this appropriate? And when I heard that only 3 out of the 5 districts are represented on the school board, it struck me as odd. And I thought that this was a right way to go, is to disperse it that way.
It may be, although I think you have to keep them the same. I don't think you can run something where you're in multiple districts. But the other thing that's come up over the years from different school boards, not the current one, is they've always wanted to change the election date and not make it the same as the municipal election. I don't recall whether June or November was their preferred date, but they actually sent a letter to the county to try and get them to approve it. And we had to send a letter saying, we were challenging SB 415, you can't do it. And the county at least finally put it on hold until we won the 415. So if you're going to change the issue of, the how they're elected, maybe changing the time as well, because I think it had to do with, right at the end of the school year would be a good time to get new elected people in, as opposed to, towards the end of the school year. I forget their exact reasons, but they did, in fact, send unanimously a letter to the county trying to change it. So I'm just, you can pass this language. It is agendized. You can recommend it to the council and hope they can figure it out. But it's a bit of a daunting task that you're setting up for them at this point in time.
Mr. Solomon.
I think some things to consider is that if you did it by council district, that would make the most sense to me, rather than to try and put a camel through the eye of a needle, as it were. The idea being each council district has a certain number of voters. It's the voters that select the school board members. With our council, it'd be more representative of all voters if each school district had to vote for their representation, regardless of the number of children, regardless of the number of parents, regardless of the people with and without kids. It's the voters who are deciding the representation there for a legislative body. And if you try and redistrict the school board based upon various ethnicities like they did in Torrance, they had some pretty good ideas there. I think it'd be great if we could do that. I'd really like to see more diverse representation throughout the city. But I don't know that we'd arrive at that conclusion or be able to do that. I think it'd be pretty tough to do, but I think it's a great thought. It's another good reason to do it, beyond the fact that it's a good idea. So I like the idea of doing it to hope and get the idea of more diverse representation. The idea that voters in their district are electing their school board member to that legislative body, I think are all good ideas. It's simply, to me, it seems like more of just a good idea, not necessarily, hey, we're doing this to avoid a lawsuit. Beyond that, is it a good idea?
Yeah,
I think it's a good idea.
I would add to that, we're never going to be immune to a lawsuit, but I think we would be much more immune to being challenged if we were by district versus at large. It's a huge step in the right direction.
Right.
Is it perfect? Maybe not. Could it still be challenged? Possibly, but not nearly as easily as where we're at right now with that.
Exactly.
Ms. Redondo.
I'm going to agree with Mr. Solomon wholeheartedly
My
again.
goodness.
I don't think this is about lawsuits at all. I think, because we're not in a situation where that's even being contemplated or threatened or even, but I think it's a good idea because it does increase accountability of the school board reps to the local community. It most likely will have, and I'm speculating, will increase participation by people both wanting to run for office and as well as developing the leadership within the districts. The part about the councilmanic districts, I think that's a good starting point. And if you, and this goes to Ms. Wonderly's comment, maybe somehow build a mechanism in there so that it starts off as a councilmanic district, then ultimately, I don't know who's going to ultimately decide how the boundaries are going to, is it going to be done the school board? Is it going to be the council? Is it going to be independent? But maybe this is a great starting point and we may have to revisit it after it gets to the ballot.
We need to put it in language that would go to the ballot, though.
And then you don't have enough information because you really, if you keep it to the council district boundaries, I think it works fine.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that.
Okay.
And in my point number 5, I would just simply say, for simplicity, school board member districts should be aligned to city council districts, period. And strike the rest of that
But if
language.
it turns out that the demographics and the disbursement ends up being such that you may have to change it so that if we get that big voting block in there within a certain part, we may need to adjust those boundaries
Based on demographic.
based on the demographics. Because if it turns out that you, for example, the 30s North Redondo was basically Hispanic community mixed in with a little bit of white. South Redondo was all white. So you may find that at some point you actually get to the point where you may need to adjust it beyond just the council district if that's the intent to make representation better.
I would like to say something, only because just finishing off an election. So if you go differently than the council districts, then we're talking about different ballots.
Oh, it is nuts.
So right now, we have 4 during the mayor, and then we have 3 coming up in March. So if you're looking at different demographics of where these districts are going to be, or trust school districts, then you're talking about another ballot.
And the more,
Very, very confusing.
and the more ballot types you have
Exactly.
requires that the change in the order of the placement of the names be switched
Correct.
on the ballots themselves.
So,
Even though the letters are selected, if you have more districts, then it's automatically changed so to make it equal.
right.
So it's
And-
really complicated.
right, and the county is the one that keeps track
Yeah.
of all those districts. So, or whatever district lines we want to do.
Yeah,
So
it's-
just
yeah.
FYI.
No, and that's great, and that's why I put that language in here as the way I proposed it, just because that is happening in other areas, and that's a big part of the challenge. However, as we stated before, if we took that step to go to by district, we would be much less subject to challenge, right off the top. Because there probably is, your statement is fair. As the districts are right now, there probably is more concentration of demographics. And it's just the way the city is. So it would inherently be in there. Much better than it is now. Because I would agree, it's difficult for a non-white challenger to run a citywide campaign.
It may or may not be, but I think the dispersion, I believe that there's more dispersion in this
And I agree with that point too.
than there is in other cities. So I think that's more a function of numbers than it is isolation.
Some districts are more diverse now. Some districts are more diverse than other districts in the city.
Yes, there are. But is it substantial enough?
Not the same as a Torrance or
Right,
Anaheim or something.
exactly.
There's more diversity in some districts
Exactly.
overall.
And I had not considered the idea of this going on a November ballot rather than a March ballot. And it would be doable.
Anything could go on, it could go on, it is not recommended. The charter specifically states that it should be on that it should be on a municipal ballot, and there is an alternative if it's not able to be done on a municipal ballot. So if we have the opportunity to put it on a municipal ballot, we should do that.
Okay.
And that's why the desire to get this to the council. So if I could make a motion.
Yes.
That we,
Comment, maybe?
sorry?
Public comment?
Public comment.
We haven't had a motion yet. You can't respond public can't respond to anything that is not a motion. So the motion would be to recommend to the city council that they consider moving the school district to districts and to consider the form of changeover that is listed in the struck out section that is included in section 16.1, 6, 7, and 8 in the recommended.
I support the idea of them considering going to school districts, so I'll second your motion.
Can I suggest a friendly amendment that we change the word district to wards, just so it clarifies that?
I use trustee areas.
Trustees within,
Okay.
Fine.
Yeah, and what you're referring to is the proposed language.
I think you spent too much time on the historical side, dealing with wards. Having called it wards since 1933, if I'm not correct.
I was just trying to avoid confusion, so.
And you
Okay.
made a good point too, as far as we need runoff language as well.
Oh, that's why I put in following the rules, because we will get to the point of discussing whether we should have instant runoffs or whatever it might be, which would save a whole lot of time and money.
Do you
And
want,
whatever the rules are that are under, that the city council is elected under, should be the same as the school board.
So a point of clarification for trustee district with the idea that it would follow in alignment with the current council districts?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's made here in point number 5. I would change school board member trustee areas.
You have that, Eleanor?
It gets complicated to say school districts,
Districts, okay. Trustee districts.
trustee areas. Okay, so big picture, are we ready to forward this as part of the current report and add this to the current report? Or,
I would recommend that, yes.
okay,
I think it's much more straightforward than the city attorney elected or appointed. I think the concept is being presented to them.
You don't remember the mid-90s when we tried to do this, when they wanted out of the charter?
Oh, I remember that.
Okay, so they showed up with crossed swords.
Oh, I understand that.
Right.
And they can come to the
I can
council.
name names too.
And they can come to the council. I'm sure I remember that.
Okay.
They can come to the council.
Well, I'm
and
just
argue against.
responding to your, I'm all in favor of this.
Yeah,
I was in favor of it then, I'm in favor of it now.
Yeah.
okay. With that, is there, take a look at the draft points that I had put together. Is there recommended changes to that? Would we not include some of this? Would we simplify? Would we change language? I've already changed point number 5 to be, for simplicity, school board member trustee areas should be aligned to city council districts.
Frankly, the issue of minority representation is, at this point, a non-issue. I really, this is more conceptual that they should be districted to disperse representation. And the underlying ethnicity of each of those representative districts, frankly, isn't the focus of this.
The real issue is that the elected representative is closer to the people.
Exactly.
Okay, so, yeah.
And with that, I would actually offer to strike items 1 through 4 then,
Yeah.
and make item 1 be pertain to distributed representation.
That's exactly right.
Okay, I'm okay with that. Do you
The
want
only
to?
question I have is you may end up getting a question from the council with regards to what you had in there with the demographics. And do you want to at least show that this is what our school districts look like as part of that?
I don't think it's necessary at this point. Frankly, I don't think that's the impetus. The impetus is
Our impetus.
our impetus at this point.
I don't think the issue really is even that. I think it's, again, it's the people having to say so.
That's
Do you
right.
want to say so or don't you?
It's
Do
exactly
you want it
right.
closer to home or don't you?
Exactly right.
And we need to put that in that discussion and proposal so that it's clear that we were trying to get more.
I think that's what was said.
Voter participation.
Yeah, but it doesn't say discussion and proposed action, so if you want that, I think that should be added. Your choice.
Distributed representation I was going to make that as point number 1 to strike what 1 through 4, and I would even strike number 6 because it's really not
It's not
salient.
None of that is salient.
Okay.
At this point.
But you're leaving it, you're striking 4, right?
Right.
Striking 1 through 4 and striking 6. A 7 I had there as a placeholder if we wanted to write in something. And so as it remains, 1 would become to achieve more distributed representation. And 2 would become the existing number 5, that's for simply school board members. Trustee areas should be aligned to city council districts.
Right.
So to achieve greater distributed representation.
And that the rules involving the election of a city councilman is the same as the rules for a trustee.
That's your proposal up on top.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's still part of our voting ultimately.
Because if you are going to have individuals and you want them to have 50%, you have to have a runoff if there are multiple. Right now, if you have 5 candidates and one gets 21%, they win. There were 79% would have voted against them. So the idea of having the runoff system or an instant runoff, if we decide to go to that, or if we go to
Whatever it is.
those rules that apply to the city council also apply to the trustees.
Conformity of the rules.
Okay. So rules for city council elections pertain to school board.
Right.
Pretty straightforward.
Yeah, straightforward.
Okay. That'd be point number 3.
And you have the thing of where it rolls
I'm
in.
not sure I'd make the city council their nemesis. I would just make rules are conformed under the charter or something like that.
Well, but there's different rules for different.
Well, I meant for election of district-wide offices, how's that?
Or district.
District-wide offices or,
Well, the same thing.
yeah, well,
with
yeah, you put
citywide.
in trustee area.
City council?
Yeah.
Everybody
Well, you're gonna make them a nemesis, and that's what the attack is gonna be.
everybody has to be
The city
elected.
council is trying to gain control, and it's not the city council trying to gain control.
Everybody in the city is elected, other than the school board, is elected by a majority.
Rules for by district elections pertain to school board.
It works. It's kind of awkward, but it works.
And that's just a discussion.
I got it, I
It's
understand.
not
Just put for every other elected office shall apply to the school board. Because there's an exemption for the school board that they don't have the runoff. So that, in essence, you'll be taking that section out of the charter.
Is there a specific exemption for that? Because there is a case where the school board could have a runoff. If the third place was tied, it's very unlikely, but in a two-way, if the second place was tied, in a three-way, if the third place was tied.
Well, that'll be solved though by 50%.
Correct. It would all be different now.
Right, it would be different, right?
Right.
Okay.
So looking at the charter again, are we also going to be eliminating 16.6 or adjusting the dates in there?
Oh, it's getting altered.
Do we care about that? 'Cause it's-
16.6, I have adjusted dates. You have it in your blue folder item.
It's the transition period.
Right.
How you transition
I was
without
looking at
throwing
Mr.
people out of
Pinsler's
office.
comments up here. I didn't see yours. Okay. Oh, you have actual language, okay.
And again, this isn't, I don't expect this to be perfect. This is a starting point.
The goal is 4 years after the implementation of this, they will be districted trustees elected for 4-year terms.
Is it, go ahead.
Term limits, there are term
Term
limits.
limits,
Yeah.
can a person is in office before their district is up for election, can they stay for 2 terms? Let's say they're currently in District 3, but then they.
No, that term ends, then they have to run again in a district. If they don't happen to live in the district, then they can't run.
But if they were living in the district in which they were elected after we changed this, then the effect on their term limit would take place after the charter change.
Their seat, whatever seat ends, there are 3 seats that end in 2025. Those 3 seats will be in districts 1, 2, and 4. Those 2 other people, whether they were from 3 and 5 or not, will stay on the school board until 2 years after that, when 3 and 5 come up. At that point, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 will each have individual representatives.
If I'm the sitting district member from 5, and I'm there right now, I'm a school board member, I'm in District 5, and I'm 2 years into my term and the charter change happens, my office term doesn't come up for 2 years, the term limit for that would then run 8 years after that? Okay.
Okay, my attempt at that language may be a little bit different. It's in 16.6 where I said, any member already serving on the Board of Education, having been elected at large, shall be eligible to run for office in their respective trustee area and not have a partial term of less than 4 years served count against their term limit.
Because when we've spoken about term limits before, it would take effect after the charter change.
But the term limits in the city, just do the city council, is personal term limits. I cannot move to District 3 and run for District 3 council because I've already served 2 terms as a District 4 council member. So they are personal term limits as opposed to district term limits. And I think that should remain and I think that was the intent for the school board, is that a person will be on for 2 terms if they get elected, and then they can't run again.
And a term would include a partial term.
Well, we're not making partial terms. Whoever is elected, we have 5 board members now, wherever they come from. 2 years after this gets put into place, 3 of those people's terms end. At that point, 1, 2, and 4 will select a school board member. Whether those people are eligible for that is a whole different, if they're not eligible, they're not eligible. They can't run unless they move to District 4, or 1, 2, or 3, or 4.
You might have a situation where are there 3 board members from 5 right now?
There are 2.
2. So there's 2 board members from 5 right now. When that comes up, those 2 board members, only one of them would be eligible to be the school board district member from 5.
They're both eligible to
Both will
run.
be
They're both
eligible, but only
to run.
one would be elected. They could both run.
And only one would be elected.
Right.
But, so a scenario I was looking at is if in this, we have 2 coming up in 2023. If one of those was in, say, District 4, and then at 2025, they would be partway through their at-large term.
Right.
But in 2025 would be the 1, 2, and 4 election cycle. So
They may be in conflict at that point, because they would finish out their term, and they would not. 4 will have been elected. This is just the happenstance of the transition.
But they wouldn't have served a full term.
They will have to serve the full term,
It might only be 2 years.
4 years, because those 2, the 2 that are elected this year, 2023, will serve 4 years, no matter what it is.
even if,
Even if they're not in the right districts, it's not until 4 years after this is implemented that the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is set. And if it just happens that there is already a 4-person, and one of the remaining people is also a 4-person, then they're out of luck. It's happenstance. This is the way this happens with every transition to districts.
in 2025, if there was for example, a District 4 in place 2 years into an at-large term, they would simply continue to serve, and
Of course they can.
then we would have to have a District 4 in 2027
No.
cycle.
District, in 2025, 1, 2, and 4 get elected. Those other 2 seats, no matter where they come from, still finish out their term because 2 years later, those 2 seats are divided up by 3 and 5. If those people don't happen to be in 3 or 5, that's
Unless they run
luck
for
of the draw.
District 4 during that time, so they're at 2-year mark, they'd run for the
That's the
District 4
point
seat.
that I'm looking at.
Yeah.
They could, but that's their choice.
But then would they be limited to the 8 years or would they get the 10 years?
That's where I wrote in that they would be eligible for 10 years
Okay,
as a give.
that's what
To
I
them.
would understand.
That's
as well.
how I would understand it as well.
That's fine.
That's
And that's
also
the
how
way
the
I-
LA City Council did it. They extended their term.
They extended their terms by moving the date.
That's what I just said.
I think it's that person's position. If the person runs for District 4 in that year, who fills that at-large role for the other 2 years?
Can you say that
Like
again?
if a person runs for district, say if District 3 runs this in 23, and someone
Yes.
at large was from District 3, and then say District 3 opens up in 25,
Well,
that person, District 3 opens up in 23.
three would be okay if they ran in 2023 and were elected, because in
This is
2027,
hypothetically, say if it's whatever, like say a person runs in 23, and their district's up in 25. Right, their district comes up for election in 25.
right, that's the point I'm trying to make.
So they,
Giving Mike a migraine.
so would that person run for District 3 or whatever district you're in to get that additional 4 years? Or if they went for that district or trustee position, who would get their current position?
Yeah. So the way I proposed it in the example would be, for example, there was in 2023 a District 4 by chance, but elected at large. That in 2025 is their cycle, that they would have to run again in 2025 to be on cycle, but they would not have those 2 years served count against term limit.
But who would fill that other 2
It
years?
would be treated like any other vacancy
Vacancy.
within the charter.
Okay.
Is there anyone, so if this took effect in 2027 and you have a 1, 2, and 4 elected, you'd have 3 and 5, you still have 2 from 5. What if there's someone from 1, 2, and 4 who's, no, I guess there's no one from District 3 on the,
Not currently, but there could be in 2023. But that would be okay because they would be on cycle for
We don't
2027.
know who's going to be elected.
Yeah, this is hypotheticals.
well, no, I just want to make certain you don't end up with 6 people entitled to be a school board. And you could have some of it if you had new people for 1, 2, and 4, and you had people for, staying on, and then, so you could potentially have 6 people.
I think this complicates it.
Well, yeah, but we have to answer that question.
Well, yeah.
There are 5 at-large seats. There are 5 at-large seats.
Right.
3 of those seats, 2 of those seats come up in
2025.
No, 23. This coming election, there are 2.
Other two.
There are 2 seats up in 23, right?
2 seats are up, yes.
So those people, even if this is put in place in 25, remain in their seats, even though they are at large. In
Until when, though?
2027, whoever is in there, if it's happenstance of that you are in the same district as the existing, that's the way it goes.
But so let's say the 2 people who are in 5, and they're entitled to their current term, and they were elected when, 2 years ago?
They were elected 2 years ago.
Okay. So let's say they don't run. They're entitled to stay on. We have 3 and 5 stay on. 2 new people come in for 3 and 5.
They're not entitled to stay up.
They are
could.
because this won't take effect until 2025. So if you had 2 new people, well, now,
The 2 from District 5 that are on
Right.
now would be eligible to run again
27.
in 27,
okay,
not in 25.
Actually.
right. So
and the
so if you
interesting
had
issue
2
is
new
that
people, go ahead.
If those 2 people get elected in 25, in 23, when,
But they're,
But I'm saying if they don't. So they're eligible to stay on until 2027. Let's say 2 entirely new people ran
right,
in,
right.
we're elected.
right, and were elected.
Depends on where they live.
Yeah, that's the problem. You could have more than 5 people.
No, there were only 5 seats.
No, it's 5 seats.
So
We'll come back to that, Mr. Moran.
I think in concept, I think we're all in agreement on it. And what I think your point number 7 may be is that between you and Mr. Pinsler, you work out some samples that kind of address all the permutations that you see as obstacles. And that way it's at least clearly presented in the report to the council that you've anticipated all that.
Yeah, and I think Mr. Webb is alluding to the.
There is nothing easy.
Yeah, the scenario was in 2023, if we have at large someone from 1, 2, or 4 elected, that then in 2025, they would have to run again. Because if they continue to serve, that puts them off cycle.
And that's why if they're
2027.
guaranteed to the 4 years, to your point,
Right.
and 3 different people get elected to it, the people in previously elected would have a right to stay on. You'd have 3 new people in 2024. So I'm saying the wordsmithing will matter a lot in terms of making certain that there are, in fact, at all times, only 5 people.
Let's take the District 4 person. If the District 4 person decides they are elected at large, and then 2 years later, that 4 seat comes up, they actually have a free ride to run for this because they're not going to lose their seat. If they lose that election, they're still on the school board.
No.
But see, that's the problem. So
No, it's
they
not-
lose, so 1, 2, and 4. So the next school board election is in 2023. It's just two people?
2.
2. So 2 new people get elected in 2023. And we have, and let's say they're both, one's from 1 and one's from 4. Let's say they don't run for the free ride, or they run for the free ride and don't
Then they're out
win.
2 years later.
Right. Well, see, that's the thing. That's different than saying they're entitled to 4 years. You have to write it in, you're out as soon as the new, you're, to Mr. Solomon's point, you're cutting their term in half. They're running for a 2-year term.
No, they're
in
not.
20
Yes, I
They are
agree with
not.
that. I do agree with that.
Okay.
But we're cutting their term in half, but we're not precluding them from running. We're giving them that 2 years as a bonus. It would mean they would have to run again.
I'm just putting out, I'm hearing different things from the 2 of you.
Right.
You saying they can run for a free ride, they're guaranteed 4 years. If that's true, there are scenarios where you're going to end up with more than 5. Or you can say, hey, you're only running for, your term comes up in 2027. It may make sense.
And that's the way I tried to write the language, that it would be, yes, if someone from 1, 2, or 4 were elected in 2023, they would be off cycle. And in 2025, they would have to run again. But their 2 years that they have served would not count against their term limits.
I think the concept, I agree with Mr. Morocco. The concept, we all seem to be in agreement on. The idea of exploring, having the council explore the idea of creating these trustee areas and a change from what we have right now. The game theory behind the exact number of permutations as to how they make it function, I don't think that we're going to solve right now. So let's refer the concept of it with the idea that the permutations of how exactly this will work will need to get worked out.
By our city attorney.
Yeah, and the
Well, but it helps if you have an opinion, because I hear 2 different strong opinions. And we can write it in such a way that avoids the game theory, but may shorten the term of the first election in 2020,
any elected in 2023 that would be from 1, 2, or 4.
yeah, but it wouldn't take effect in 2023, so you couldn't, you're shortening their term to committee
Yes.
member Solomon.
Yes.
It's like you're getting elected to 4 years. Hey, we're just joking, you're getting elected to, you were only elected to 2 years.
And that is the downfall of this.
You wish to opt to run in the district election, you can do it. Your term is 4 years.
Okay, that's a very different thing.
It is a very different thing.
I'm not arguing one's better. I'm just saying that is very different from what I hear from the chair, and it's going to be very difficult to come up with language that will allow both. It will be impossible to,
Yeah, because
And also, we are not the first place in the world that has changed from at-large
Oh,
to
yeah,
district.
I just need to know,
yeah,
can
charter
can
would
you
like that
temporarily
initially.
have more? You could. It's not great.
No.
Or is it better to say, hey, in 2025, if you're on the council, if you're part
on
of
the school board, in
right.
1, 2, or 4. You have to run again.
You may only have a partial term.
Well, the term you're running for in 2025 would be a full term.
Why not just make the partial term right up front?
No.
Because we don't know, well,
Don't know who's going to get elected.
Contingent that
You don't know who's going to win.
right. So that's why the language I put in here just flat out says
Well, you're
it's going to
not-
follow the city council order.
In 23, anybody can run at large.
That's right.
And you cannot say, yes, you can run at large, but only if you come from districts 1, 2, and 4. Because 2 years from now, you can't do that.
You couldn't do that in 2025?
No. Well, in 2025, you have set up the structure.
That's my
At that
point. That's, but,
And at
So those
that
people
point,
were-
the 2023, 2 people are in office for 4 years. 1, 2, and 4 have elections.
stumbling block here is simple math, okay? That's what we can't get by, all right? Just so everybody's clear.
Said this is a logical reasoning game for the LSAT, not for us.
Exactly.
That's right.
Exactly.
And we have 2
Now I know I didn't go to law
school board members
school.
on the council who will see the issues too.
Yeah, so, but to be clear, the way I wrote it would be in 2025, anybody from 1, 2, or 4 that is on the board would have to run.
Can we advance the question with both of these ideas to be vetted for the possibility or effectiveness?
We could, I don't understand Mr. Pindler's idea of how that would work. I haven't wrapped my head around that one yet. If they're elected in 2023 and you say they're guaranteed 4 years,
They have 4 years. That's their term.
In 2023.
The charter, it's like why we're talking about dealing with elected department heads before an election. Once you are elected, that is what you are elected to. So you can't afterwards say, oh, you thought it was 4 years? I'm sorry, it's only 2.
okay?
And
So how do we come out of them being off cycle? If there was a 1, 2, or 4,
if they wish to run again to be a District 4, let's say a District 4 gets in as, in 2023 as a 4-year term. And if they wish to assure that they are going to be around longer than just because it's off cycle, and they want to run for the District 4 seat, they can, even though they are a sitting member, to fill that particular seat. Then that other seat becomes vacant. And that is replaced by the vacancy rules that the school board has.
How many people are up for election in 2023 on the school board?
2 positions.
Okay. So your situation can be reality.
No, it makes sense to just send it to the council and they can debate it, and we'll have more time to sort of,
And I would guess we're going to hear from the school board.
What?
I would imagine so.
I think you're going to hear from those schools.
And just.
You're gonna hear from their
make-
council.
Go through and make certain, okay, under no scenario, whoever gets elected in 2023, there's no way we have to worry about more than 5 of them.
Create your
being-
flow chart of
Well, yeah,
possible.
I just want to look at
Yeah.
who's, part of the issue is the 2 people from 5 are up in 2025.
Right.
So that may actually help. It may be this is more a theoretical issue than anything
It
else.
is a theoretical issue. But then again,
Also in 2023, one of them is terming out.
sorry?
One person on the school board is terming out,
Right, but
just FYI.
that is true, but I don't think it matters for this case. It could be
Okay.
anybody that gets elected to the 2 positions. I think we've come to
This-
better,
Is this horse dead yet?
no, it will be beat more, I guarantee that.
We have a speaker tonight also. I kindly remind everybody on one of the items for us, I3.
Oh, gee.
Okay,
Sorry.
So we have a motion and a second. We don't have public comment yet.
yeah. Do we have a motion in a second?
I thought we had.
Yeah, we have a motion.
We have a
We have a
motion.
motion. Bob
And a
made a
second.
motion, I seconded it.
You have the motion, right? Okay.
All right, so there's a motion and a second to go ahead and add this to the current report
Right. For the city council for
as
November 1.
another item and forward it to them for the as of tomorrow morning.
Right.
And you've got the
I knew.
language changes.
Yeah, and I've got the language. It may not be perfect, but the concept will be there.
Don't let perfect be the enemy of good.
That's exactly right. So all in favor of doing so?
We have public
Oh, I'm
comment.
sorry, yes.
So I have none in Zoom, and it looks like we have none in e-comments either.
We're boring them tonight.
Just double checking. No,
Okay.
none.
Okay. So all in favor?
Aye.
Sorry, no. But am I allowed to say my position? Okay. I may be in favor of this, but I have not had enough time to consider it. I think that we have an amazing school district, and it would make sense to take at least a tenth of the time that we did on the city attorney's office to get more information, to hear how this would really impact them if they have a position, and not just make our own decision between 9 and 10 at night on a Thursday night. That's why I'm going to vote no, even though it could be the best thing ever. I don't feel comfortable supporting it now.
We're good.
Okay. So 6-1,
That's fine.
accepted.
Great, thanks. Thank you.
You should ask if she wants to write this down.
Used to be a time where we made decisions at 1 in the morning. Just so you know.
And I
I
think
guess I'm getting old.
to that point, just to be
The sun
clear,
come up every once in a while.
respect to Member Wonderly, then for all votes that are not unanimous, not just the city attorney vote, would you be okay with the idea that we recognize your vote as the dissenting vote on that?
Yes, yeah, of course.
And I would intend to do that just as we did with the other one, yeah.
Okay.
Did you want to write something or?
I would write that I would like more time to consider this. That's what I would be writing, so I'm fine with not writing anything.
I would be okay with putting something that simple even in the vote line. The committee vote was 6-1, Member Wonderly being the no vote, asking for more time to consider this item. I think would cover it.
That makes sense.
Okay. Okay, moving on then now to item I2. We're back to the I's. This is discussion of possible action regarding the following article related to enumeration of terms. Article 10, Section 10, elective officers, city clerk, city treasurer, and city attorney. This is Member Morocco.
This keeps on rolling over, and I don't have an idea if we want to have the city clerk and city treasurer position with a term limit of, and I'd suggested 12 years of previous meetings. I don't know. I think it's ripe to take a vote one way or the other on it, because it shouldn't be continuing on to other agendas if we're not going to either consider it in full or not.
It's okay to continue at this point. We've been under the pressure to get this first report done.
Okay.
And I think
Gotta have it
tonight
done
we're at
by
a point
noon
where
tomorrow.
What?
Noon
done
tomorrow.
that.
Well, then I would move to table it to our next meeting.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that, if that's acceptable to you.
It's acceptable. I don't know when our next meeting is, but acceptable. It's basically there as a convenience for the city clerk and city treasurer item that's on the agenda still.
Yeah, and we'll be coming to those items as a broader discussion with regard to should they be elected or appointed.
Right.
That will be upcoming, because that was on our original list from the original.
So I'll amend my request that it be trailed with the item I3 if that's going to be considered.
We'll have to address it separately. Are you okay with letting I2 continue to
Yes, I'm okay
the
with
next meeting?
that.
So
Yeah.
make a motion to,
I did, but nobody seconded.
okay,
That's what happens close to 10
I'll second
o'clock.
it.
okay, motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Under Solomon not present, but that's okay. Okay, so we've just tabled I2 to the next meeting.
And we have no public comments related to this.
Thank you.
So then with I3, discussion of possible action regarding Article 11, Section 11, City Clerk, and Section 11.1, City Treasurer, Mr. Pinsler.
Actually, I think this was more
Yeah, actually,
Gene than it was me. So I think originally I had raised this, but I think Gene took it over. This is the Moss Adams, right.
Okay, thank you. So in the spring of 2019, we had a report presented to the Budget and Finance Commission. It was subsequently submitted to the City Council as well, at the behest of our City Treasurer, to review roles and responsibilities and some other items, procedures and protocols within the city, how we were handling things. For a variety of different things. For the purposes of this section, it was a description of the city treasurer and the city clerk's language, roles, and responsibilities in the city charter and operating within the city itself. There were a number of different suggestions that were made for changes to the city charter or by ordinance for language and for efficiencies that, according to the Moss Adams report, which is the blue folder item that I submitted to the committee or for the committee. We've seen this report before, submitted to the committee, but it was not originally attached to the agenda. So that's why I submitted it as a blue folder item to have all of it there and available for everybody's review and for the public. Colleen, I believe it's Colleen from Moss Adams is available to us to answer some questions, or I believe she may even have a presentation. But when we were talking about, for example, the 15 hours of accounting for the city clerk, this is among the items that were addressed by the Moss Adams report. Whether or not we should have an elected city treasurer, whether the absence of an identified chief financial officer for the city not being in the charter. These are all different items within the Moss Adams report that we've been discussing as part of perhaps amending or changing the charter language surrounding the city clerk position and the city treasurer position. So that's why I asked for it to be on here for us to discuss. I submitted the Moss Adams report for context and asked if we could have a member of the Moss Adams team speak to us, because I think it's better that way, a professional who's actually done all this work to give us a little bit of the lowdown. I believe it was, let's see, Colleen Rosillas, I think it is, Eleanor?
yes. She's on Zoom.
So I thank Colleen for joining us if she's there.
Oh, she's here.
And for staying this late.
Yes, and
Good
thank you
evening,
for
I'm
your
here.
patience.
What we have
I
for
do
you-
have a short presentation prepared that I'm happy to go through if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Just let me share my screen. Just 1 second. All right. How do I look?
There you go.
Perfect.
All right. Great.
Bye-bye. Father.
So, for the record, I'm Colleen Rosillas. I'm a partner with Moss Adams. I've been working with the city for several years. We serve as your designated internal auditor. We do a number of different functions. Our goal is really to look at reducing risk, improving performance, improving controls and compliance, and getting the city aligned with best practice in all of those areas. And in keeping with that, in 2018, we were asked to perform a review of the clerk, treasurer, and finance director responsibilities. A little bit of the background here, as you all know, is that this is a pretty informal structure. The clerk and the treasurer have duties that are aligned in the city's charter and some things aligned in the municipal code. The financial services department has not been designated in any formal form across the city. There have been a number of attempts to try to streamline and clarify roles and responsibilities, there's pretty significant risk across the board in terms of duplication of effort or gaps, as well as unclear lines of authority, the city attorney having to get involved in order to determine appropriate roles and responsibilities, and some pretty significant confusion if you have personnel changes. So at the time you had benefited from having some folks who were in these roles for a long term, and so really understood how things worked. In terms of succession planning and just planning for a rainy day, making sure that we have policy procedures documented and things aligned with best practice is particularly important. So this study focused on just those three roles, the clerk, the treasurer, and the financial services department. We wanted to identify what best practices were and see how well the city was aligned, and then look at current practices as well for compliance with any applicable regulations, state law, anything relevant there. We interviewed the clerk, the treasurer, the finance director, and some relevant members of staff. We also reviewed a lot of documents, so the whole charter, municipal code, policies, organization charts, as well as state law. And then we looked at guidelines and best practices. So we looked at, for example, model city charters from organizations like the National Civic League, which since we did this work has updated their model city charter, other city charters from neighboring cities, as well as professional associations like the International City and County Managers Association, and other cities that had recently updated their charters. So just a little bit about best practices in municipal finance management. We note this in the report that it's very, very important for roles and responsibilities about the receipt of funds, management of funds, and expenditure of funds have to be clearly defined across the city's governing documents from the charter, the code, and citywide policies. And essentially the charter, as you all have experienced, is the least flexible because it needs to go to a vote of the public. The municipal code is right there in the middle because it can be updated by council, and citywide policies are typically at the purview of the city manager and are the most flexible. And so we want to make sure that we have the right authority at the right levels. And what we found throughout this process is that we had an opportunity to have quite a bit of risk of a lack of accountability and potential liability over city's funds, as well as duplications and gaps because of the lack of clarity across all of these levels. We also wanted to note, that most municipal clerks don't participate in financial oversight at the level that occurs in Redondo Beach. It's quite rare. Most financial activities are delegated to the financial services director or the CFO in other cities, with oversight from the city manager, with approval from a committee like the Budget and Finance Committee and or the City Council. There are some clerk fiduciary responsibilities that are laid out in California code, but it's very often they're delegated directly to the CFO. So our number one recommendation is that we revise the charter, the municipal code, and policies so that all of these lines are very clearly delineated. The charter should be broad, we should clarify authority, and then we should be able to adapt that over time as we need to, but maybe only every 15 to 20 years. The municipal code needs to include delegations of authority. It needs to establish departments. It needs to establish clear roles and responsibilities. And then city policy should be providing guidance to management on a day-to-day basis, and that should be updated regularly. We recommend city policies are reviewed every 2 to 3 years to make sure they meet with current business practices. There has been some confusion over time because the charter has multiple officials listed for things like budget development. And in the past, the city attorney has been engaged on a case-by-case basis to determine that, but those have never been codified in policy. And so we've had to figure that out kind of on the fly. And we heard quite a bit from folks as we were doing this work that was a pretty big source of frustration. We really just want to try to get the business of government done as efficiently as possible. And so this lack of clarity really gets in the way. Our second area was that the city clerk's duties are pretty labor intensive and they overlap with the financial services department. So we had a couple of options for the city to take here. One was to delegate all of the clerk's assigned responsibilities to the financial services department, eliminate those financial education requirements from the charter. It's very rare to have those types of requirements in a city charter and quite prescriptive. And it might actually keep quite qualified folks from running for clerk and wanting that job. Or to transition the role to serve as more of a strategic oversight function, really focused on that very high level, looking at policies and procedures and high level expenditure analysis. So try to keep the clerk out of the weeds and focused on their day-to-day job. Most cities do take those clerk responsibilities, as I mentioned, and delegate that to the finance department. And if we think about that in kind of the long term, it really has a lot to do with just how cities have evolved and where the expertise has gone in local government and local government fiscal management as a profession since initial city charters were developed, in the 1920s. Next up, we had a couple of recommendations around the city treasurer. The treasurer had a prior charter amendment to clarify their duties, and so that had worked out relatively well. There were some areas that we thought could improve, including just regular standardized reporting between the financial services department and the treasurer, as well as establishing some auditing functions so that the treasurer can be confident in their fiscal oversight role. We also recommend here that it's really important to actually adopt the financial services department in municipal code and establish it as a department, because it has not been the case. And so really making sure that that structure is codified and that person does exist, so that when we establish policies and we refer to that in the future, that we are all playing from a level field. And finally, we had two recommendations related to the financial services department. So again, thinking about what the day-to-day activities are that really are not driven by any guiding language that does put the city at risk without that language. So we want to make sure that we are adopting a resolution, changing the municipal code, defining those powers and duties very clearly. Then the city manager in policy can delegate authority very clearly to the financial services director, and that can help us with transparency and accountability. Across the board, also, we want some specific reporting to the clerk and the treasurer to make sure that they can serve in their oversight roles until we have additional clarity in terms of what their roles are going forward as defined in the charter and the municipal code. So I'm going to stop sharing and I will let you ask questions.
Certainly, thank you. First question will be, will we be able to get a copy of that presentation?
Sure, definitely.
That'd be great. Have that added to the minutes, perhaps. And then as pertaining to what we have approved tonight, there is one section, section 20.1. We have discussed this before, where it says, if it's for approval of demands, all demands shall, prior to payment, be approved by the city manager and the city clerk. And this sounds like one of the areas that you would address that we probably shouldn't have that in there. Is that fair to say?
So it's if I don't have that particular area in front of me, but really, if it could be a duplication of effort. It also may not be necessary given other controls in place. So what it sounds like is that might be a control that could be more appropriately placed at a policy level as opposed to something in the code or in the charter.
Mr. Solomon?
Thank you very much, Colleen, for the presentation. I want to focus on those items that are considered possible charter changes. This body wouldn't be involved in any municipal code changes or alterations. So I'm going to focus on those things. A couple of things that you talked about were deleting the financial requirements for the city clerk that are contained within the charter. Would you suggest it's under section, our charter section 10.3, item 6, C6, excuse me, I beg your pardon. It would be F6. No person shall be eligible for office of the city clerk unless he, we'll say they, shall have successfully completed with a passing grade at least 15 units consisting of the following courses. And it has the accounting, intermediate accounting, advanced accounting, This is something that we've discussed here at our committee. And just to make sure that we're crystal clear on this, the recommendation of Moss Adams would be to delete that financial requirement?
Correct.
Okay. Can you elaborate a little bit more on delegating the clerk's responsibilities to the finance department, which would be portions of the same item in our charter for the roles and responsibilities of the clerk? We don't have, I don't believe, and maybe you can refresh my recollection, a designated CFO or finance director in our charter. Would it be something that you would recommend that we somehow incorporate that role into the charter and delegate those financial responsibilities to that person? Or do you think that the charter, when in the discussions you had, as the language is now, is sufficient to, for lack of a better way of putting it, redelegate those responsibilities?
What I would suggest is establishing the department itself and establishing the core functions of the department. When we think about good governance in general, a city council has a couple of employees. They have the city manager, the city attorney, and the city auditor typically. And there might be a couple of other officers that report directly to the council, but really we want to think about kind of the business of general government is we have essentially that one employee in the city manager, and the city manager is delegated the authority by the council to run government and to structure the city as they please. So while I would say a chief financial officer is a very common position across government, it might also be called a finance director for different reasons. It might be an administrative services director. It might fall under a deputy city manager. That kind of form of government, you might want to give the city manager that flexibility to determine that based on what the city needs at the time, rather than having to go back to the voters.
So identifying and including or adding, we have a finance director, the role of finance director is defined within the charter, or suggesting that we could identify a role of finance director as part of a municipal code change?
Maybe more likely in the municipal code.
Okay, great, thank you. And then with regard to the city treasurer, under section 11.1 of our charter, it delineates the roles of the city treasurer, which, if I'm understanding you correctly, you all have identified as many of these now mainly being delegated to the finance department, suggesting that we perhaps amend the charter to clarify those roles which the city treasurer in his or her current capacity with our Measure CT change, if that applies, to identify those roles that they still retain that are not delegated to the city finance department, and then to firm up the role of standardized reporting and auditing that might otherwise be identified within the charter.
That's correct.
Okay. When you talked about lack of clarity and clearly delineated authorities, is that something that you identify as being perhaps amended or changed within the charter, or again, within municipal code changes?
It's a combination. So we want the charter to set the tone at the top for clear roles and responsibilities, for the municipal code to flow there, and then any city policy to come from that.
Okay, I'll ask one more question, and I'll cede the floor. With regard to, again, the city clerk's role and the financial accounting requirement, is the idea to, based on your reviews that you made, leave the other items within the city clerk's role as they are now? Or are you suggesting, as I think you are, that the city clerk's role be reformatted as mainly an oversight role, and not only deleting perhaps the additional financial requirements to be our city clerk, but to reformat and assign most of those responsibilities to the finance director or CFO, however you decide to identify that person?
Yeah, so that's what most cities do. The city clerk is a really big job, and there's a lot going on, and it's typically pretty different from day-to-day financial management of the city. So the more that we can put the financial management with the financial experts and get the clerk working at their highest and best use, that's what we would recommend.
Okay, great. I'll just conclude my remarks for now in saying that some of what you described are high risk or create possibilities for confusion should we have turnover in those roles. And there are members of the financial services team and elsewhere in the city, should we have a different city clerk, a different treasurer, a different finance director, that it is important and it's a higher risk than other cities that have defined these things, us not having them clearly defined.
Yes, agreed.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and cede the floor for now. Thank you.
Ms. Morocco.
I don't mean to be disrespectful, but usually with these reports, I see a little bit about the background of the person who's presenting. And I don't know any of your qualifications, how long you've been doing this. Is this your area of expertise in there? I did see from the minutes that we have from 2019 that you got promoted to partner, but can you tell us a little bit about your qualifications on rendering these opinions to us?
Sure. Yeah, as a firm, we typically don't include personal information in our reports, but I'm happy to do that. So I'm a partner with Moss Adams. I've worked in public sector consulting and internal and performance audit for about 20 years. I lead our local government internal and performance audit team, as well as public sector consulting for the firm. I've been working almost exclusively in government for my whole career, except I've been a consultant for almost that whole time, except for 1 year where I worked in state government. And then I went quickly back to consulting because I preferred that as opposed to sitting at the same desk every day. But I'm happy to answer more specific questions if you'd like. I lead a team of about 55 internal and performance auditors and consultants who work exclusively in the public sector, not-for-profit space.
Thank you.
Mr. Pinsler.
First of all, congratulations on Michigan's season so far.
Thanks for noticing.
The changes that we're dealing with here, is this an unusual thing to go through? When you saw this charter, go ahead.
Well, it's not unusual to go through charter review, and actually many cities are undergoing charter review right now because we're trying to think about how we can modernize government. So you are absolutely not the only one of our clients. I was actually talking to a mayor last night about exactly this topic. You definitely have a unique charter, and this is a unique situation. And it would not have come up to us as one of the first projects that we did for you if it wasn't something that was a pain point for the city.
There's a story in every line in the charter. So the issue here is how can this be best communicated to the public that the change is needed? Do you feel that the presentation that you made provides sufficient information for us to be able to cobble together a cohesive statement for the public?
I would hope so. I mean, the presentation and the report do speak to reducing risk and improving clarity of roles. And I think that's the most important thing, is that we want to make sure that we keep the city away from that potential risk of duplication of effort or gaps, right? If we miss something because we think one person has handled it, that could be a pretty significant liability to the city. And the succession risk is, as mentioned, has been discussed a number of times related to this engagement. And I think that's probably the biggest risk when we've got folks who've been in these roles for a long time and can work together well, then that tends to make things work okay. But when we have new folks come in, then a house of cards can collapse very quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Solomon.
Colleen, I just want to, so I don't catch you unawares, or we don't catch you unawares, we do have our city clerk with us tonight. So I'm certain that, or I would hope that Ms. Manzano would have some questions, and you'd be able to please ask questions, Eleanor, and Colleen kindly answer those questions. I think the loss of institutional knowledge, the loss of institutional people and changing it over does cause or can cause that kind of duplicate effort to fall into itself. Those gaps become broader when you change people through. Do you have model languages of other city charters that we could have a look at that you could suggest to us to try and achieve some of these efforts?
Yeah, the appendix to our report has sample charter language from a number of sample charter and municipal code language from a number of neighboring cities, and we'd be happy to work with the city to pull any additional charters. The National Civic League also just earlier this year updated their model city charter, and that has some pretty good language in it as well that I would recommend taking a look at.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, one of the questions I would have for the committee is how would we go about breaking this up? Or would we do it as one large item? Because there's several topics here and it would include several areas of the charter.
Frankly, I think we need to approach the first decision conceptually. What is it we want to change? Because there are pieces that are in the charter, some probably hidden, that if we didn't actually pick it out would conflict within the charter. So I think conceptually we first need to decide how do we want to change the statement of what the city clerk and city treasurer do, as opposed to the city attorney. The timing of this, and this is a question to the city attorney, Mike. If we make a change to the requirements of the office after the election, does that change the office at that time, or does it change it at the next election?
I haven't specifically researched that. There are concerns about if you're going to put this on November. I've previously told to the council it's best on November. I want to be careful because since I'm recusing myself of the city attorney thing, I don't want to get into that, but certainly.
That's what I'm asking though.
Yeah, no, I'm saying they overlap. Certainly I'll look at that in terms of if it were put on for the November 2024 election, would that impact the city clerk and city treasurer for the remaining, 2.5 years of their term?
Okay. Because, so in terms of timing on this is not as urgent as the other stuff, but it's essential because this odd charter structure has existed for a long time, and the potential of problem sits there. It's a minefield of potential problems, at least as this.
And you may want to consider, before you get into the specifics, whether you want the separate set of eyes reviewing things. That's again, check and balance. Like, do you want those separate set? Because as she mentioned, typically just leave it up to the city manager who's allowed, who hires and fires the city manager. And there are problems with cities where there's been malfeasance and there hasn't been a separate set of eyes to look at it. Having said that, once you decide whether you want the separate set of eyes, you can look at, what qualifications make sense given that threshold decision. And there are some things like they mentioned that I've been called in to answer kind of unanswerable questions you have in this charter. you currently have an elected official doing something under the direction of the city manager. You know, and normally you have elected official, there's independence, you want that for a reason, and you have the city manager who can hire and fire employees. That really doesn't make sense.
Right.
And so that should, but once you answer that question, do you think it makes sense to have a separate set of eyes answerable only to the voters, double checking things? And if so, then you can, if you don't, then it becomes real easy in terms of taking stuff out of the charter and leaving up to the council and the city manager to propose an ordinance. If you do, then it makes sense to, yeah, but what duties do we want them to double check and which don't we want them to double check for the concern that you don't want anything falling through the cracks. So I think your idea is right, but the first in question, do we want that check and balance?
The first thing should be conceptual and then go into the detail.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, the idea of an oversight role was what was recommended, that some of the responsibilities are ceded, but there is a retention of an oversight role.
Right, and so if you're going to have the oversight role, like notwithstanding the historic nature, you may want the qualifications. You know, if you have a clerk who doesn't have any, or you may want different qualifications if they're going to provide an oversight role. If they're not going to provide an oversight role, then those, you know, qualifications don't make much sense. So I agree with you wholeheartedly. The bigger approach is, what oversight role do you envision would be best to avoid any potential fraud or reduce it, but at the same time, avoid the risk of things falling through the crack because nobody thinks, you know, they're responsible. And at the other end, you know, with an oversight role, you've had, I think you may have been on the council at the time, when you had a city clerk refusing to pay bills. And so we had a lawsuit between a city clerk and the city.
City treasurer.
Oh, city treasurer, okay.
Just want to make that.
Yeah, you're correct. City treasurer. And that was resolved in the favor of the city, but that's the other potential problem. If someone, if their role isn't clearly defined.
Hence some of the gaps and confusion that
Yes.
have been brought up. There are professional organizations that are clerk organizations. So there are people who pursue the profession of being a city clerk. I don't know, and I would ask either Clerk Manzano or Colleen if some of the training associated with the professional clerks include some accounting or other financial background.
Well, from some of the city associations, they do classes on budgeting. They do sort of an oversight kind of thing because each department, as a city clerk or any department, you're always creating a budget. So you need to understand how the government works and how a budget works. So they do a lot of those kind of classes.
I think the idea being that the city clerk's role is not commonly one of a financial service. It's more other aspects of your role, with the elections and the management of other things.
It's all over the place. There might be a couple of city clerks that do finance, but then there might be some city clerks that do HR, IT. It's really small, but there is that.
The size of the cities.
Yeah, exactly.
They have multiple roles.
Yeah.
Colleen, could I ask you, in your experience working with a number of cities, is it typical or atypical for the clerk to take on a great number of these financial responsibilities, more so than an oversight role?
It's atypical. So as Eleanor mentioned, it depends very much on the size of the city. I would say smaller cities, cities that have people wearing lots of different hats, that's more likely because we have folks who maybe have some professional experience and they're able to take on something. But it's clerkship is a very specific profession. And it definitely is much more focused on, records management, making sure we adhere with the Brown Act, making sure meetings run, adhering to all of the different laws that the council and associated committees have to adhere to, plus managing elections. And that in and of itself is quite a bit. So then to add on, for example, human resources expertise, that can be pretty rare to find that person.
Can you, just for clarity's sake, identify maybe what you mean by a smaller city? Would that be by population? How would you identify by general fund or total funds? How would you identify smaller city in finger quotes?
I think of smaller cities as both smaller in population and also smaller in the size of government. So they might only deliver a smaller set of services. For example, they might contract out for more services to other governmental entities, as opposed to maybe a full service city. So for example, Santa Monica is a full service city where they have, utilities, they provide a very broad range of services. So that's a good comparator for a larger city, even though they're not maybe as large in population, if that makes sense. So the size of the budget is absolutely something to think of as well, how sophisticated and complex the government is.
There are some cities that have police chiefs that are the city manager.
Right.
So it really depends upon the size of the city.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes the city engineer is the city manager. Yep.
City manager is a city clerk also.
Sorry?
The city manager also has the city clerk.
Yeah.
There's that too.
Well, that would simplify things here. Steve one.
So we have these roles, and we have a clear issue that we have the opportunity to address. And we have a report with a level of expertise that's very fulsome in order to help us address that. So going forward, I would hope that we would take this agenda item and maybe bisect it a little bit to identify the roles of the clerk and the roles of the treasurer, and what would be what we could do with the charter and what we might recommend looked at by the city council otherwise.
If I could ask one more question. Part of the purpose of this committee is to look out a number of years. You don't do these things very often, 20, 25 years. What are the trends in these two departments within cities that you are seeing, that you look out into the future as to the way that they're going to be transitioning?
That's a great question. So many cities that we work with do not have a separate treasurer and CFO or finance director role. They delegate the authority of the treasurer to the CFO or finance director, and that's just one person. Most of the cities that we work with in California have that position and don't have that separate treasurer oversight. That's often more typically seen in a county government structure. That may become more frequent as we also move forward. The few cities that have that left, if only because it's becoming increasingly challenging to find good talent in municipal financial management. So there are more jobs than people, especially in kind of those middle ranks. And so being able to find two folks for those roles can be pretty challenging. So I would see that. In general, in government, competing with the private sector, there are fewer people interested in entering government, and especially in these very specialized roles like a clerk and a treasurer, we're seeing less interest. So that is a little bit of a concern going forward because they are required by law. And so we want to make sure that we generate interest and try to develop folks. And so we've seen some of our clients turning inward and thinking about how do we develop some of our staff to potentially have interest in some of those future roles and develop some of that capacity? And how do we also transition that institutional knowledge, even if these are elected positions, so that we can keep some of these very important tasks and skills in-house? So it's quite a balance there.
Is the elected, the need for election a limiting factor in what people want to do in that job? The fact that if they want to get to the top, they have to get elected as opposed to get appointed or earn their way to the top.
For treasurer and clerk, or for either one?
Either one.
Either one.
Well, I think clerks are used to having to run for office. That's very, very common for the clerk to be independently elected and for the clerk to be a separate office. So I would say probably not a deterrent there. The treasurer, I don't know, because it's so much more common at the county level. I think there are folks who are interested. It's definitely a part-time job. It's not a full-time job. And so that can definitely pare down your pool of folks who have the capacity, the interest, and the skill to be able to run for that job versus if we were to able to make it a full-time staff position, what that might look like.
Is having a city treasurer prevalent or not prevalent?
So every city does have a treasurer under California government code. It's just much more typical for the treasurer to also be the CFO or the finance director.
I would note that in the report, it was described as a significant anomaly, us having a separate elected city treasurer,
An elected,
city treasurer.
not to having a city treasurer.
Not to having a city treasurer.
That was.
But having an elected.
The only anomaly.
But that, and even within our city, we've, it's my favorite theme, so I talk about an evolution and a devolution. We have a devolution of that role right now. So it may be that our city is moving towards that as it is, and we codify that within the charter where we can still have the city treasurer having an oversight role. We have a deputy city treasurer that we hire and performs a lot of those functions, but then codify the idea that the finance director would be where they're already performing many of these roles, not all, but many. And the city treasurer would be an oversight to that. And whether or not then, to the point that Mr. Widziak made and the city attorney made, whether or not we want that to be an elected role or an appointed or hired role, notwithstanding, to change the items within the charter to clarify that role.
So big picture, as respect to treasurer, is elected or appointed, and roles and responsibilities and a cascade of other positions within that area as well, the finance area. Is that a fair big picture look at it?
Big picture, clarifying the idea, since finance director, that department doesn't appear in our charter, we may want to either include it in the charter or address it in the municipal code. I think that was what was the suggestion there, Colleen? Yeah, or have it addressed in the municipal code if we don't, as part of a recommendation as a charter change, recommendation that it be looked at as a municipal code change, which we've discussed before.
Yeah.
Whereas for city clerk, it doesn't sound like we're looking to change that from elected.
That doesn't sound like the recommendation, no. But to go ahead and clarify that role.
Clarify the role, the responsibilities, and the qualifications.
Qualifications, yes.
So those are the two different big picture aspects I wanted to
Yes.
clarify for those two different roles. And Colleen, does that sound fair?
Yeah, that's correct. And Eleanor could speak to this as well. I think with the clerk, especially when we think about someone running elections, having that independence and being separately elected is an important factor as well, elected versus appointed.
Having an elected person run the elections,
But,
fair.
yeah.
It's
Institutional knowledge.
about
I think
half
it's,
and- half and half in California. About half of them are elected and half of them are appointed.
I think it's very important to note that if we, to consider anyways, to Mr. Pinsler's point, looking forward, if we were one day to no longer have an elected city clerk who has these qualifications, if we deleted that from the charter, we would be expanding our pool of eligible candidates, where there is a pool of candidates out there that from all across the state or in the country who are engaged in this city clerkship as a profession, and who would anecdotally, anyway, it sounds like, have some background in finance to conduct that oversight role that could run for city clerk.
Yes, I would have. So I, really agree that there should be some checks and balances. I mean, based on some of the information that I gave you a couple of meetings ago, in a sense of, my concern is those gaps. When a new director's not here, a new director comes in and they don't really know the way the city runs in a sense of the finance part. And there's no one educating the departments. And so, and I, again, because I know double work, so to speak, there's points where the finance director doesn't do the policing of the finance part. And so that's what I do part of. So, so those are the kind of things that I'm concerned as the city clerk's position to be able to do some of that oversight, because, that's just my concern because of what I've seen, things like that.
If I could, with no disrespect, but you won't be here forever.
Right,
So whoever comes next
right.
may or may not have that same mindset.
Or ability.
So the question is, how do we set this up so that that ability exists? You know how I feel about checks and balances. You don't have,
Right.
if you don't have power, you don't have checks and balances.
Okay.
But the issue is, how can it be set up so it is person neutral? So whoever is in that position is performing the task that is necessary. And whether that is elected or appointed, that's one thing, but the requirements of it are something else. And that's what we need to do it without thinking about who is in that role.
No, this is about the position. I agree.
Right,
I totally agree.
And to go ahead and somehow navigate that conflict that the city attorney mentioned,
Right.
where you've got a city manager directing an elected official as to their duties. How do we reconcile that? I thought having the appendix that Colleen mentioned with sample codes and information is going to help us perhaps create some of that language, or at least address where maybe we would consider changes, if any.
And also knowing that the average life expectancy of a city manager is 5 years.
Yes,
So
that's
there's
another
that
issue.
too. So there's always change.
Right, it's the change is not specific to us. The need to educate a new finance director is not specific to us. This is just the nature of the beast.
Right.
And to Mr. Pinsler's point, we need to, it's important, I think, to have whoever is in that role, as Mr. Strutzenberg said as well, needs to have the capability of doing that and the ability to do that. How we flow that into the charter language is the key.
Okay.
Further discussion?
Good luck against Michigan State.
Thank you very much, Colleen.
Yes.
We really appreciate it. I think you may have even had to travel today. So really appreciate you presenting this, the report that you all did before. This is very, very helpful. And thank you for your patience tonight and listening to us wax poetically.
Yeah.
Thanks. It's my
Add our
job. I love
thanks.
it.
It's so key to
good
have a
luck.
person. Sorry to keep interrupting you.
Oh, you're okay. Go ahead.
Oh, it's so key to have a person rather than just a stack of paper, and that ability to answer the individual questions and to just present the summary is so key, and we thank you for that.
I was just going to say good luck. And as you go through this process, if you have more questions, we're always available. Everybody knows where to find us.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
So I don't know if there's any public comment, Mr. Chair. I would hope the idea would be that we bring this item back to review and perhaps come up with some suggestions as to any changes in the language. Now that we've had this discussion built out a little bit, so quite frankly, I thought that perhaps we were maybe going to struggle a little bit with how to, if we were going to amend this, and maybe have a better idea now of the pain points. And we have the sample language within the municipal codes that are attached as the addendum for potential language if we were going to make suggestions on changes.
Would you like to bifurcate it going forward
I think that would be a good idea.
and have both on next agendas, or
If we can, I would have both on the next agenda.
we could work with one and
Bifurcated
continue
item,
the other? if
two
we-
items.
As two separate items, yes, thank you. As two
Yeah, Work
separate
with one
items.
and continue.
agree
if
with that.
needed.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Bracco, that sounded like that was your.
That was my motion to bifurcate it. But
We're all in bifurcation on this one. What about you guys?
The other half.
speaking from the right bifurcation.
Makes sense.
Okay, so
Fine.
have a motion to do that.
I'm rarely on the left, you know that.
I know that.
To the next meeting.
Well aware.
We have no public,
Bifurcate and continue.
Bifurcate and continue the discussion at the next meeting.
There a second?
we have no
Second.
public comments. We have none.
Okay.
Thank you.
Public comment.
There was nothing.
She just noted there was none. She's very good at catching me. So all in favor of that,
Aye.
bifurcating these and continuing? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Will be continued as two separate items going forward. Item J2, discussion of possible action regarding Article 9, Section 9.1, emergency ordinances. Member Morocco.
So again, as we did before, we have come out of a pandemic, and it makes sense to review our emergency ordinances and policies related to that. Given that it's 10:40, I would propose that we table this to the next meeting as well.
With that, I think we would add, do we want a staff presentation on this?
I thought that there was going to be more to it than this. I thought that was what was supposed to come out from the last meeting, was they're going to present some of these different scenarios and ordinances, but
And I don't know that that specifically happened for this meeting. If it's
it doesn't look like it.
So that's what I'm saying, to specifically add that.
I'm still trying to see what the concern is.
It's just a review. We just had an emergency situation where we had to implement all sorts of new things, and taking it, since we're looking at the charter, if there's something we need to change in the charter to address some of these things.
And I think Mr. Webb and Mr. Wozzanski had weighed in that they could add some light to this.
Okay.
I'm good with that. I'd second the motion to continue this item to the next meeting.
With staff?
With staff.
Okay. I was just
Webb,
reminding.
you say on this one, or? Oh,
Didn't hear the
we're discussing 9.1, the emergency ordinances. In the past, we had talked about having staff weigh in on their experiences and any recommendations for this,
Charter changes.
but it didn't appear that that had happened for tonight's discussion. To specifically, to continue it, but specifically request that staff present their.
You're saying staff, I'm the only one.
I have no idea what the issue is, but
Well, there might have been some experiences that you encountered in managing the last emergency event that we had that would be helpful to amend the charter. If none, then that would be the answer.
It was your understanding, right?
Yeah, my understanding it was going to be brought today.
Well,
You actually expanded it from what it was last meeting. So we're back to what the charter section says.
I would suggest that there's an issue with regard to contracting during an emergency. There might be some things that the city manager or city attorney are empowered to do during an emergency that we're contracted for, and then it might not exactly follow the same guidelines as they would during non-emergency, and whether or not those items are addressed.
And if there's any limitations that we want to put in the charter as well.
so this section, as I believe we talked about last time, this is just for like an urgency ordinance. This is the standard language. So for example, when the council put a moratorium in place for mixed use property, that was an emergency ordinance. It's not so much the charter section. I did mention that we have a section in the Muni Code that set up a
Committee.
emergency, committee but a lot of those are more policy issues. I can give my thoughts, but I would decline to do so because they're not legal. Go ahead.
I remember one time when there was a sinkhole and there was a requirement to use an emergency ordinance to allow a contractor.
Yep.
And that's the kind of thing that this is for. And a 4-vote requirement So I think it covers most of the,
Well, and also you can put something on the agenda if it comes to the attention of the council or the attention of the city less than 72 hours prior to the agenda. An example is the sinkhole. It came to, I went to say goodbye to Wizanski because I was taking off early, I think, to watch one of my kids' football games, and it was some distance away. And I may have been traveling up to Cal, and I wanted to get a start on traffic, and I made the mistake of going in at noon, and it was more than 72 hours when the truck broke through the sinkhole. So we couldn't say we knew about it, and so we had to get the contract and the agenda ready to go by 5. But it does work for its purposes. I didn't know if the idea was you wanted to take the emergency committee and put it out of the Muni Code and put it in the charter. There was so much groupthink and misunderstanding in terms of our response to the pandemic. And, what are we going to enforce? What are we not enforce? What emergency ordinances are we going to put in? Are you going to arrest people for wearing masks, or are you going to do nothing for wearing masks? And I didn't know, and that's why it was kind of broadened, is if that is what you're thinking, is that something you want to put in place for the next emergency, whenever that may be, or do you want to leave it to the Muni Code?
Well, it's right now in the charter, but I was also looking at, is there some, since we're a city manager form of government, do we want to give the city manager authority to issue directives in absence of the council having the 4 votes?
Well, in the Muni Code, I can.
The city manager was empowered to do that.
He does, and so it has to do with, he can do so, but then he has to bring it within a specific time frame
council, right?
to get ratified by the mayor and council.
And does the ratification require a 4/5 or a 3/5?
I'm trying to look it up.
So what I'm hearing you say is that everything worked the way it was supposed to.
Oh, no. I'm not saying that. As Chief Kaufman commented last time, there were a lot of, on a separate topic, there were a lot of
Making it up as you go along.
difficulties.
So the point I'm just trying to get with this is the way it's worded now adequate?
Well, it is, that is state law. It's like you can have an urgency order. So what this does is instead of having 4/5 votes and meet the reasons so that if someone sues you, it goes into effect as soon as the mayor signs it. It doesn't go into effect a month later, the way most ordinances do. That's what this ordinance has to do with. And so we're kind of, this is state law.
It doesn't have to be in the charter. Not really.
Yeah, it's better to have it because we control, theoretically at least, matters of local concern. But since you were addressing the idea, like, okay, do you want to talk about, in a broader sense, do we want to put it in a more formalized plan, for how we set up that emergency committee?
So if it's adequate, then I ask that we look at it and see if it's adequate. And if it is, then I don't think we have to do anything with it. If it's not, and you have some suggestions, or the city manager has some suggestions on if we need to increase language in there or tweak it a little bit, that's kind of the opportunity we have now to deal with it, since we're reviewing it once every 25 years.
Fair statement. I think if they would have, they probably would have brought it, but it's fair to ask that. And in this, the summary of it is, as it's written now, it's really for the time is really of the essence type of situations, rather than a situational.
Well, we heard from the city attorney, generally speaking. We'll have the opportunity maybe at our next meeting to have it on there, hear from the city manager. If the sentiment's the same, then we can be done.
That would work.
So I still support the idea of continuing it with input from the city manager about any potential changes.
So look at 3-2.01 to 3-12
Of Muni Code?
of the Muni Code. That's the emergency organization and functions, which is what I think Committee Member Morocco was getting to.
Yeah,
And
he's
is that,
asking right now, but
is that?
I am writing it down. so-
Right, just, it's chapter 2, Title 3, Public Safety, Chapter 2, Emergency Organization. And that's where you have the Disaster Council, their membership. You have what everyone's authority is, how soon the city manager has to take it to the council. So it was the city manager that declared the first local health emergency. We have a statewide emergency that apparently is going to end in February, but the council is going to have to take any action to eliminate the local emergency. And I don't know what the county's doing. And this was the outline that we used, plus the general urgency ordinance. So I think what you're getting at is look at those sections and think, is that something we want to put into the charter? Because there was a lot of, I imagine you on the school board would have bared the brunt of it. There were a lot of strong feelings one way or the other.
Yes,
You know, why aren't the police arresting everyone not masked? Why are the police arresting someone because they're not, wearing masks? Hermosa made it an administrative site and hired someone, but you could give a completely false name and it was completely unenforceable, which looked like you were doing something, but you weren't in fact doing anything. So if you want to think this is something in the charter, downside is it's permanent for another, 25 years.
They may have had less flexibility because they're a general law city. So who knows? I mean,
No, not in that case. There were issues with why the police may not have been the best
That's
entity.
another whole story, yes. I
Right,
know, yeah.
exactly. So since there were strong feelings, one way or the other, how we as a society dealt with the pandemic, is that something where, hey, we think the voters should have a say in what sort of emergency powers we're giving if in a disaster and to whom?
As a charter change.
As a charter change. So I that was the idea, like, I thought I was hearing what you're saying. The actual 9 section, that's just an urgency ordinance, and I don't know that we changed that. But you could look at those sections and see if you want
That's
to.
what I thought you were going to bring some of them to us.
Well, but it's not a legal issue. The city manager was the person who was issuing ordinances, and so it'd be more appropriate for him to do so.
I guess we have to invite him for the next meeting. Again, it's just to evaluate it to see if it's working the way it's set up to work.
For the purposes of what we're looking for as a charter review committee, it would be, would there be any suggestions of things that are either not in or in municipal code that would be appropriate to place in the charter?
Right.
That's the answer we're looking for. And that answer may be none.
Hear from the city attorney, or excuse me, city manager, and then at our next meeting, we go from there.
I don't think it has to be limited to the municipal code, though. In other words, is there something that should be in there? It's not. I mean, that's the question. Or is in there and shouldn't be? That's the question.
Right, it's just a place to start.
Yeah,
because
exactly, right.
Okay. So, you want to make a motion to continue within and request input from city manager?
Yes, I make a motion to continue it to the next meeting and request input from the city manager.
Second.
Any Zoom or e-comments? I caught it in time there before the vote.
No Zoom or e-comments.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously, will be continued. Moving on to item K, member items and referrals to staff. Any new items? I think we have enough on our plate right now for the near future.
It does, there is an open question as to when our next meeting would be.
Yeah, that is a little.
For now, I believe it would continue as had been pending further direction from council.
That,
Thanksgiving's the next.
the last Thursday in November is the 24th, which is Thanksgiving, or are you saying that we
You bring the
cannot?
turkey.
Yes, we cannot have another meeting of this committee at all? Is that what you're saying? Or pending direction from the council?
So you don't want to come on
No,
Thanksgiving?
we will continue pending direction from the council that we would not continue.
So then when would our next meeting be?
That's the immediate question then.
If
We
I
have
could,
both November and potentially December.
the date,
Dates.
the date of concern that we had was getting something onto the March ballot.
Correct.
Whatever we do, we're past that date. The next date of concern is getting on the November 2024 ballot. So having a meeting next month versus the month after may or may not be.
Well, we need to continue the discussions and adjourn to our next meeting.
I agree.
The fourth Thursday in December is the 22nd, which is just a couple of days before and in the midst of a holiday period for a lot of people. I would throw out the idea that if you wanted to meet in November, having looked at the calendar in the city website, Tuesday, November 29th.
Okay, so that last week, you're gonna, the consultants are coming in to do audio. We're having no commission meetings that week.
Okay,
Well, that answers that.
all right.
Any other calendar date possibilities
I looked at,
for November?
I think the 22nd has a meeting.
November?
So the 22nd and the 23rd are available.
Okay,
If you want
so
to do it before the holiday.
the 22nd is a Tuesday.
Correct.
There is no council meeting. The council's meeting the 1st, the 8th, and the 15th.
Don't think I have school board on.
But that is also just a couple of days before Thanksgiving
You have a
and,
vice chair.
and that might cause some problems for people who have family in town or otherwise engaged. I
That
want to be
entire week
respectful.
is
I
a
want to be,
school.
want to be respectful of people's time,
That entire week is a school holiday.
holiday.
I'm not available, but maybe my alternate is.
Again,
Which is part of the reason we have alternates,
We're talking about the 22nd.
the 22nd of November.
And I'll have to double check, just because the commissions we took off on the 28th and 30th are also.
That they live in infamy.
So as it is now, we don't have a date to adjourn to.
Well, you don't have to do that, and the mayor and council may make a suggestion as to when the next one is. The next actual date for a potential would be June 2024.
The
Yeah,
primary,
but
the
again,
primary date for.
Again,
that
it's
year.
got the same exceptions that you can't put certain things on
Right.
as the March election.
Can I get clarification from you? The way I'm reading the previous reports from this committee, my council's district and Ms. Wonderly's council district are for election in March. As I understand it, my involvement and Ms. Wonderly's involvement, since we both have termed out council members, we're off in March,
No,
essentially.
you're not off. You're
You're not
subject to change.
The appointments weren't district specific.
I think they were.
No,
They were made by the council members, but they weren't specific to the district.
Okay. I just,
please stay.
no, I would just want to clarify it because,
I think the bigger issue is the council needs probably to amend your resolution because your due date was to complete all the work so you can get it on get it to them by November 1st and get it on the March election. I see no reason why they wouldn't want to continue. But, it may make sense just to adjourn without a specific date, and then the clerk can finalize what dates are available, and then they can amend it before your next meeting, and probably November 8th, and tell you,
Does this mean it goes on the council agenda?
yeah, it will, I think I will certainly recommend.
I guess my question is, do we have to do anything affirmative to get it on the agenda?
You don't, but you can, if you can talk to your council representative and just say, I think, I assumed it will come up because of the way the report is written, that you've got other things to look at and consider. And so I assume that that discussion from the chair and the vice chair will lead to
Yes.
a referral by the council to put something on the November 8th date to, amend the resolution however it is. That may be the best way.
Yeah.
And by then, the clerk will be able to say, okay, do you want to have a meeting November 22nd where we once again will likely have no audience participation? If you do it during the holidays, they may say, it'd be better to start again in January because you've got plenty of time to work through those issues.
Okay. So with that, just a
Include that in your
motion.
presentation to the,
Yeah, and it's in the preamble that we did not address certain items due to the election cycle confusion potentials and so forth. So
I assume you will bring it up, and I assume they will address it. I assume that we'll be agendizing Rezo for November 8th.
okay.
Tell me I'm wrong.
So with that, entertain.
That was just like a mic drop right there.
A literal mic drop.
yeah.
Entertain a motion to adjourn to a date TBD.
Motion to adjourn to a future date to be determined.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you all. Productive evening.